In this chilling collection of 50 tales, we invite you to venture into the heart of an ancient forest, where darkness reigns supreme and sinister forces lurk in every shadow. Each story is a twisted journey into the depths of the human psyche, a confrontation with the fears and secrets we dare not speak aloud. If you're brave enough to face the darkness, then join us on this haunting journey. Subscribe now, and let the whispers of the deep woods be your guide. But remember, in these tales, the only thing more dangerous than what lurks in the shadows is what lurks within your own mind. The whispering wind rustled through the dark, dense forest. The towering trees stood tall and proud, their branches interwoven like gnarled fingers reaching into the sky. It was here, deep in the heart of the woods, that a group of hikers stumbled upon an eerie and hidden grove. Excitement gripped their hearts as they ventured closer, drawn by an inexplicable force pulling them towards the secrets whispered by the trees. Unbeknownst to them, these whispers held a sinister past, a darkness that had long plagued these woods. The hikers, consisting of Jessica, a young and fearless woman, Caleb, a level-headed outdoorsman, Sarah, a timid but curious soul, and Daniel, an adventurous thrill-seeker, cautiously made their way deeper into the grove. Each step brought them further into the grip of the forest's enigmatic spell. As they entered the heart of the grove, the atmosphere changed. The air felt heavy, the silence deafening. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The aura of the place was unnerving, but their curiosity compelled them to push forward. They could hear the whispers now, faint and ethereal, like whispers from a forgotten realm. The trees seemed to come alive with murmurs, their branches twisting and bending as if in conversation with each other. Unbeknownst to the hikers, the forest had chosen them as its conduits, bringing forth the darkness that resided within. Days turned into weeks, and as they spent more time in the grove, the whispers grew louder, more urgent. Shadows danced among the trees, flickering and taunting their minds. It slowly began to infect their thoughts, planting seeds of doubt and paranoia. Jessica, once confident and strong-willed, became consumed by a growing suspicion. She accused Caleb of hiding secrets, convinced that these trees were unveiling the true nature of their companions. Each night spent in the grove became more unbearable, their sleep plagued by haunting dreams of the forest's past. Caleb, eager to keep the group together, attempted to calm Jessica's escalating fears. But the whispers had taken root in all their minds, slowly pushing them toward madness. They doubted everything and everyone, seeing shadows where there were none, and hearing the whispers even in moments of silence. Sarah, the meek and vulnerable, felt the weight of the dark secrets pressing on her. She began to withdraw from the others, her paranoia consuming her. Lost in her own labyrinth of fear, she sought solace in the embrace of the whispering trees. And then there was Daniel, whose thirst for adventure had brought them here. He reveled in the darkness, embracing the whispers as a siren's call. The more they turned against each other, the more he secretly relished in their discord. He had become one with the forest, its malicious presence feeding his every impulse. As the days turned into an endless cycle of fear and despair, the whispers grew relentless, battering their minds like a relentless storm. It was here, on the precipice of their sanity, that the forest finally unveiled its secret. In a moment of terrifying clarity, the hikers realized that the whispers were not just the voices of the trees, but the voices of the lost souls trapped within the forest's grasp. A forgotten tragedy had soaked the grove in blood, leaving restless spirits seeking their release. Driven by a newfound determination, the hikers attempted to escape the forest's clutches. But the once familiar paths now twisted and turned, leading them in circles, their sanity hanging by a fragile thread. In a final desperate act, they tore through the undergrowth, clawing their way towards the exit. The whispers grew louder, their darkness tightening its grip around their minds. One by one, they succumbed to the madness, lost to the forest's insidious power. Days turned into weeks, and as the whispering trees kept guard over their newfound prisoners, the truth of the forest's sinister past was forever buried beneath its roots. The grove stood as a monument to the lost, its whispers echoing through the ages, a chilling reminder of the darkness lurking within us all. The wind howled through the ancient pines, their towering branches swaying in the darkness. The dense forest loomed menacingly, enveloping the remote cabin in an eerie silence. This was supposed to be a romantic getaway for Peter and Sarah, a chance to escape the hustle and bustle of their hectic lives and reconnect in the solitude of nature. Little did they know that their idyllic retreat would soon transform into a living nightmare. As they stepped into the cabin, a shiver ran down Sarah's spine. There was something unsettling about the place, an overwhelming sense of darkness that seemed to seep from within its very walls. The cozy fireplace crackled with warmth, casting flickering shadows across the rustic furniture. But it was as if the wood itself held a long-forgotten secret, whispering untold stories to anyone willing to listen. Unable to shake off their unease, Peter and Sarah spent their first evening sipping wine and indulging in deep conversations, trying to bury their growing apprehension. They spoke of their dreams, their hopes, and their love for one another. But with every passing moment, the cabin's ominous presence seemed to cast a shadow over their affection. As the night deepened, strange things began to unfold. Whispers filled the air, almost imperceptible at first but gradually growing louder. The couple dismissed them as the sounds of the wilderness, their imaginations running wild. Yet there was something distinctly human about those whispers, something unsettling that tugged at the fringes of Peter and Sarah's sanity. With the arrival of the second night, the couple found themselves plagued by vivid hallucinations. They would awaken in cold sweats, their minds melded with images of a past they couldn't remember. Hand in hand, they braved through eerie flashbacks, each one more disturbing than the last. They saw glimpses of a woman with long, unkempt hair, her eyes filled with pain and madness. They heard screams echoing through the cavernous forest, the sound of chains rattling against a desolate floor. Panic seized their hearts as Peter and Sarah questioned their very sanity. They couldn't escape the feeling that the cabin itself held the key to their torment. In a desperate search for answers, they scoured through the dusty books that lined the cabin's shelves. As they delved into local folklore, a chilling revelation emerged. The cabin had once been a sanctuary for troubled souls, a place of twisted experiments and forgotten nightmares. With each passing day, their hallucinations intensified. The woman from their visions lurked in their every thought, her angry cries echoing through their minds. Lost in a whirlpool of confusion, Peter and Sarah frantically pieced together the history of the cabin. They uncovered tales of unspeakable horrors and monstrous experiments, their minds ensnared by stories that refused to remain confined to the pages of a book. Their love for each other became their only solace, an anchor amidst the storm of their deranged memories. Holding on to one another, they vowed to unravel the truth, no matter the cost. As they unraveled the cabin's dark history, they began to understand the intertwining of their lives with the tortured souls that had once inhabited this cursed place. Days turned into weeks, as Peter and Sarah delved deeper into the mysteries of the cabin. But the more they discovered, the closer they drew to the abyss of madness. The line between reality and hallucination blurred beyond recognition, and they realized that escaping the clutches of the cabin's grip would require more than determination, it would demand a sacrifice. In a desperate final act, they resolved to burn the cabin to the ground. Fire would be their salvation, their only chance at release from the torment that had consumed their lives. As the cabin crumbled, so did the memories of their shared past, melting into the smoldering remains. The flames bathed Peter and Sarah in their cleansing embrace, erasing the horrors of their hallucinations. Free from the cabin's dark grip, they were left with only each other, a bond strengthened by their harrowing journey. They had lost their memories, but they had gained a new beginning. As they walked hand in hand through the charred remains, leaving the sinister past behind, Peter and Sarah promised to cherish every moment, to hold on to their shared love. In the depths of the deep woods, where nightmares once thrived, they found redemption in their shattered memories and emerged as survivors from the clutches of the cabin of lost memories. The dense forest loomed before them, shrouded in an eerie silence. A group of unsuspecting campers had ventured deep into the heart of these woods, seeking solace in the embrace of nature. Little did they know that they were about to become entangled in a web of terror that would test the very limits of their sanity. It started innocently enough. The hikers set up their tents in a small clearing, the fading daylight casting long shadows over the forest floor. Excitement filled the air as they gathered around the crackling campfire, eager to share stories and roast marshmallows. But as the night swallowed the sky, an unsettling presence descended upon them, causing a chill to crawl up their spines. With each passing hour, a dark energy permeated the air. Faint whispers seemed to echo through the trees, teasing their senses and playing tricks on their minds. It was as if the forest itself was alive, watching, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Fear seeped into their bones, igniting a primal instinct to flee, yet they remained rooted to the spot, a morbid curiosity keeping them trapped in this macabre theater. It wasn't long before the first unsettling discovery was made. A hiker stumbled upon a cluster of animal bones arranged in an intricate pattern just beyond the reach of the campfire's glow. An uneasy shiver ran down their spine as they realized the grim intention behind this eerie display. It was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate sign, a foreboding warning of the darkness that lurked in these woods. As the days wore on, the hikers became increasingly aware of a creeping presence that seemed to shadow their every move. They found themselves captivated by strange illusions, flickering glimpses of movement that vanished as quickly as they appeared. Whispers grew louder, shaping themselves into menacing threats that echoed inside their heads. Sanity began to fray at the edges, unraveling like a moth-eaten tapestry. Night after night, they huddled together, seeking solace in their shared terror. The campfire burned brighter, casting long and distorted shadows that danced upon their faces. Each whisper of the wind twisted into a cruel laugh, tugging at their sanity. Sleep eluded them, for fear had found a permanent home in their hearts. They had become prisoners to the darkness, its grip tightening around their souls. One by one, the campers vanished into the labyrinthine depths of the forest, leaving behind nothing but a faint trace of their existence. The bone collector reveled in the growing chaos, delighted as their fear seeped into the very fabric of the woods. It fed on their terror, growing stronger with each scream, each desperate plea for salvation. Only a lone hiker remained, the final vestige of resilience in the face of abject horror. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, they embarked on a perilous quest to uncover the truth that hid within the deep wood's heart. Armed with a trembling flashlight, they navigated the shadowy maze, their heart pounding in their chest, their breath shallow and rapid. Step by cautious step, they moved deeper into the belly of the forest. The air grew heavy with malevolence, twisting their senses and disorienting their mind. Soon, they stumbled upon a hidden grove, bathed in moonlight that filtered through the tangled canopy. And there, amid the gnarled roots and dying leaves, stood the ancient evil they had unknowingly awakened. In that bleak moment, reality and nightmare merged into a grotesque dance. The bone collector materialized, its skeletal form towering over the hiker like a malevolent deity. Shadows swarmed, and the air crackled with an ancient rage. It reached out with bony, gnarled fingers, its eyes blazing with a malicious hunger. But the hiker refused to be consumed by fear. They steeled their resolve, battling against the maddening whispers that threatened to consume their sanity. In a desperate act of defiance, they hurled the last ember from the dying campfire at the bone collector. The creature screeched in agony as it disintegrated into nothingness. As dawn broke, the forest reclaimed its tranquility, cocooning the hiker in an embrace of silent redemption. They emerged from the deep woods, forever scarred by the horrors they had witnessed. But they had triumphed, there was stronger than the darkness that had sought to claim them. And as the hiker retreated, they knew that the bone collector would forever haunt their dreams, a reminder of the twisted game they had escaped. Nature, once a source of peace and solace, had transformed into a psychological minefield, a dark testament to the human spirit's unyielding fight against the unknown. Dr. Benjamin Lawrence had always been fascinated by the unexplained and the dark recesses of the human mind. As a renowned psychiatrist, he had spent years unraveling the complexities of mental illness. But it wasn't until he stumbled upon the abandoned halls of Willowbrook Asylum that he would confront the true horrors that lay hidden within the human psyche. Willowbrook Asylum had long been rumored to possess a sinister history, its reputation tarnished by stories of brutal treatments and experiments. The corridors of the asylum echoed with the tormented cries of those who had been condemned to spend their days within its suffocating walls. The building itself exuded a malevolence that seeped through its cracks, forever haunting those who dared to enter. With each step Dr. Lawrence took into the decaying asylum, a creeping sense of unease settled upon him. The musty air seemed to suffocate him, while the pale light filtering through the dirty windows twisted the shadows into grotesque shapes. It was as if the very building itself yearned to keep its secrets buried deep within its crumbling walls. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Dr. Lawrence focused his attention on the rotting patient files that lined the decrepit shelves. As he delved deeper into the records, he unearthed a tale of unimaginable suffering. In these yellowed pages, he discovered accounts of patients subjected to barbaric treatments, their cries for help ignored by the sadistic doctors who presided over their captivity. But it was one patient in particular that caught Dr. Lawrence's attention, a young woman named Amelia. Her file was filled with drawings that twisted the boundaries of reality, revealing a mind consumed by madness. Driven by an inexplicable connection to this tortured soul, he became consumed with the need to understand what had befallen her within these very walls. Night after night, Dr. Lawrence returned to Willowbrook Asylum, piecing together Amelia's fragmented history. Insomnia gnawed at him, his mind plagued by visions that blurred the lines between nightmare and reality. The asylum's malevolent presence had seeped into his very being, transforming him into a haunted shell. As Dr. Lawrence delved deeper into Amelia's mind, he began to uncover a sinister agenda that lay dormant within the asylum. Vengeful spirits long trapped within these dilapidated walls had found their catalyst in him. With each revelation, they grew stronger, their dark intentions weaving themselves into the fabric of Dr. Lawrence's fragmented sanity. Reality became a tangled web, a twisted dance between the horrors of the past and the horrors that awaited in the present. The asylum's ghostly inhabitants tormented Dr. Lawrence's mind, luring him deeper into the abyss of their vengeful desires. Shadows whispered, walls bled, and the haunting cries of souls long forgotten echoed through the empty corridors. The line between doctor and patient blurred, as Dr. Lawrence became entangled in a macabre game of cat and mouse. He felt their touch upon his skin, their agonized screams reverberating in his ears. No longer certain of his own sanity, he teetered on the edge of madness, unable to escape the clutches of Willowbrook's twisted history. But Dr. Lawrence's tireless pursuit of truth would not be in vain. In his darkest hour, he unraveled the dark secret that had bound the spirits to Willowbrook Asylum. It was a revelation that shook the very foundations of his perception, leaving him gasping for breath in the face of unimaginable evil. In the end, Dr. Lawrence stood face to face with his own demons, confronting the horrors that had masqueraded as patients in this forsaken asylum. Willowbrook Asylum, once the site of unspeakable cruelty, became the breeding ground for a malevolence that transcended time and space. As the final threads of reality unraveled, Dr. Lawrence found himself trapped within the nightmarish realm he had unwittingly unleashed. It was a fate worse than death, a descent into darkness from which there could be no escape. The vengeful spirits of Willowbrook Asylum had claimed their final victim and would forever remain as a testament to the horrors that lurk within the depths of the human mind. And so, the legend of Willowbrook Asylum lives on, forever etched in the annals of horror. Its crumbling walls stand as a haunting reminder of the darkness that lies hidden within us all, waiting patiently for its time to manifest and consume our fragile sanity. Deep in the heart of the dense woods, there existed a clearing that held a dark secret. It was said that a haunting melody emanated from a mysterious gramophone, its ancient notes carrying an eerie allure. This cursed tune possessed a power beyond comprehension, luring unsuspecting listeners towards their doom. Those who found themselves ensnared by its spell would never return the same, their minds forever trapped within the clutches of the cursed melody. Whispers of this mysterious gramophone and its haunting melody had spread amongst the locals for generations, like a macabre legend passed down from one generation to the next. Few dared to venture into the woods, fearful of the unknown and the fate that awaited them if they were to stumble upon the cursed clearing. One fateful night, amidst a somber mist that clung to the trees, a young woman named Emily found herself inexplicably drawn towards the woods. She had heard whispers of the cursed melody echoing through the village, and a strange curiosity gripped her. Ignoring the warnings of her superstitious neighbors, Emily ventured into the desolate woods, determined to uncover the source of the haunting melody. The sound led her deeper and deeper into the labyrinthine grove, the branches above creaking ominously with each step she took. As the melody grew stronger, Emily felt a tingling sensation crawling up her spine. She could almost taste the fear that lingered in the air, yet an unfathomable force propelled her forward. The clearing finally came into view, bathed in an ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the cursed gramophone itself. Heart pounding in her chest, Emily approached the gramophone with trepidation, its rusty exterior revealing its age and antiquity. Unable to resist the allure any longer, she carefully placed the stylus upon the grooves, releasing the cursed melody into the night. The haunting notes swirled through the air, wrapping around Emily's consciousness with a vice-like grip. As the music enveloped her, she was transported into a nightmarish realm where reality and illusion blended together in a terrifying dance. Days turned into nights, weeks into months, yet Emily remained trapped within the clutches of the cursed melody. Her mind became a twisted labyrinth, haunted by sinister specters and ethereal whispers that echoed through the depths of her psyche. Each time the cursed melody played, it unearthed a dark corner of her mind, forcing her to confront her deepest fears and insecurities. The line between reality and illusion dissolved, leaving her teetering on the precipice of madness. The villagers could sense the change in Emily upon her return, her demeanor now blank and distant, as if a piece of her soul had been forever stolen. They whispered amongst themselves, sharing their concerns and speculations, but no one dared to face the cursed melody themselves. Soon, others unknowingly ventured into the woods, lured by the very same cursed melody that ensnared Emily. One by one, their minds too succumbed to the tormenting illusions, their identities consumed by the malevolent power of the ancient gramophone. The village became gripped with a sense of dread as the cursed melody grew louder, seeping into their homes like a poison in the air. Fearful whispers filled the night, and the once vibrant and lively community became a shadow of its former self. Silence settled over the woods, as if the very essence of life had been drained from its ancient trees. The cursed melody continued to play, its allure immortal and relentless, an eternity of suffering encapsulated within its haunting notes. In the end, no one would ever discover the truth behind the cursed melody or the gramophone that wielded such an insidious power. The woods stood as a cruel testament to the horrors that lay hidden within the depths of the human mind, forever echoing with the tortured souls trapped within its grasp. And so, the cursed melody continued to play, its haunting tune forever etched within the collective memory of the village. Those who heard it trembled at the mere mention of its existence, knowing all too well that the price of curiosity was too high to bear. In the depths of the dense, foreboding forest, something sinister lurks. It is a place where time seems to stand still, and the shadows whisper secrets only the trees can hear. Legends tell of those who entered, never to return, and the locals speak in hushed tones of the deep wood's dark magic. Michael Thompson, an ordinary man leading an ordinary life, knew nothing of the tales surrounding the deep wood. He was a cautious driver, always obeying the rules of the road until fate intervened one stormy night. As the rain poured relentlessly, transforming the asphalt into a treacherous river, Michael lost control of his vehicle, hurtling off the road and into the sinister embrace of the deep wood. When he awoke, battered and disoriented, Michael found himself in a strange room, illuminated only by a dim, flickering light. Disoriented and fearing the worst, he stumbled to his feet. Slowly, he made his way to a nearby mirror, hoping to catch a glimpse of his injuries. But as he peered into his reflection, something stirred deep within him. The reflection in the mirror moved independently, its movements mirroring Michael's. Fear coursed through his veins as he realized this was not a mere trick of the light. It was as though the mirror had absorbed a fragment of his soul, a sinister doppelganger that had taken on a life of its own. The reflection's eyes glittered with malice, and a wicked smile formed across its distorted face. Terrified, Michael tried to flee from this chilling apparition, but it clashed violently against the glass, relentlessly pursuing him wherever he turned. It spoke to him in whispers, taunting him and manipulating reality with a malevolent glee. Suddenly, the room dissolved into a forest, the towering trees closing on him like venomous snakes. As the days turned into weeks, Michael's torment grew exponentially. His reflection became the puppeteer of his existence, slowly consuming his identity, his memories slipping away like grains of sand through his fingers. Was he losing his mind, or was this demonic reflection merely an embodiment of his deepest, darkest fears? Michael's loved ones, unaware of the horrors that he was enduring, noticed a change in him. His once hopeful and jovial demeanor morphed into one of paranoia and despair. Nightmares haunted his sleep, hounding him relentlessly until he no longer knew if he was awake or caught in the grip of some unholy nightmare. He became a shell of his former self, unable to escape the suffocating grip of the deep wood's malevolence. Driven to the brink of madness, Michael's reflection tempted him with a sinister proposition. It promised release from his torment, the chance to be free from the clutches of the deep wood forever. Desperate for salvation, Michael reluctantly agreed. With an eerie, soul-curdling laughter, the reflection merged with Michael. Their souls intertwined, two halves becoming a twisted whole. In that moment, the deep wood claimed its final victim, erasing Michael Thompson from existence and replacing him with a creature of malevolent intent. Now, the reflection stands triumphant, surveying the world through Michael's eyes. It walks among the living, its newly acquired body the perfect camouflage for the dark deeds it wishes to enact. The deep wood's curse has been unleashed upon an unsuspecting world, and all who cross its path will feel its chilling touch. The deep wood stands as a stark reminder of the horror that lurks within the recesses of one's mind. It whispers its secrets to those unfortunate enough to stumble upon its twisted path, forever altering their perception of reality. And in the heart of the terrifying forest, the man in the mirror continues his sadistic dance, a testament to the power of darkness that resides within us all. The small town of Willowbrook was known for its tranquility. Nestled deep within the heart of a dense forest, its residents lived peaceful lives, their days spent tending to their gardens and nurturing their families. However, all that changed one fateful night when a sinister carnival materialized overnight, the Blood Moon Carnival. The carnival appeared as if from thin air, its dark silhouette rising ominously against the moonlit sky. The townspeople awoke to the eerie sight, their curiosity piqued and their senses filled with a delicious tinge of trepidation. Whispers spread through the sleepy streets, carrying tales of its haunting beauty and twisted allure. Against their better judgment, the townspeople were drawn towards the carnival. It called to them like a siren, luring them into its macabre embrace. They found themselves inexplicably walking the forest path that led to its entrance, each step casting them further into the abyss of the unknown. And as they approached, the air grew heavy, electric with anticipation. The entrance to the carnival was adorned with tattered banners and flickering lanterns that seemed to mock the boundaries of reality. An eerie melody drifted through the air, tugging at their souls, ultimately pulling them inside. The moment they stepped beyond its threshold, their lives were forever altered. The inhabitants of Willowbrook returned vacant and obsessed, their once vibrant spirits reduced to hollow shells. The carnival had claimed their souls, binding them to its dark purpose. The allure of the carnival seemed iridescent from a distance, but as they delved deeper into its twisted world, their minds shattered, and their trapped souls became puppets to its malevolent design. The carnival's attractions were unlike any others seen before. The House of Mirrors distorted their reflections, revealing their darkest fears and shattered dreams. They stumbled through its endless maze, their own faces becoming unrecognizable monsters. The once joyous laughter that resounded through Willowbrook now twisted into chilling wails, trapped in the vortex of madness. But it was the Ferris wheel that sent the townspeople spiraling further into the abyss. Mounted on creaking iron, it rose high above the canopy of the forest, the cawing of the crows below blending with the screams of those confined within its rusted cages. As the wheel rotated, it unlocked the Pandora's box of their darkest secrets, exposing every shameful thought, every regretful act they had long buried. Their sanity slipped away like sand through their trembling fingers. In the depths of the carnival, an enigmatic figure, known only as the ringmaster, orchestrated the torment with a malevolent glee. Dressed in a tattered top hat and a cloak of shadows, he reveled in the agony he had bestowed upon the once peaceful town. As the blood moon reached its zenith, the townspeople found themselves facing the horrifying reality of their fate. They pleaded for release, their vacant eyes begging for mercy. But there was no escape from the carnival's clutches. Their souls were forever bound, their lives forfeit to a darkness that knew no mercy. Deep within the forest, the carnival thrived, its dark lights casting haunting shadows across the forsaken town. Willowbrook became a ghost town, its once vibrant streets silent, cloaked in eternal darkness. The Blood Moon Carnival had transformed it into a twisted playground, a monument to despair and suffering. And so, the legend of Willowbrook and its encounter with the Blood Moon Carnival persisted, whispered from generation to generation. Each tale acted as a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked within the deepest recesses of the human psyche, an eternal testament to the unyielding power of darkness. As you hear this tale, dear reader, beware, for the Blood Moon Carnival still exists. It thrives on the fears and vulnerabilities of mankind, waiting, always waiting, for unsuspecting souls to fall into its macabre embrace. For once you enter its realm, your fate is sealed, forever lost to the sinister carnival's twisted purpose. Once, in a quaint village nestled deep within the heart of a dense, enchanted forest, there lived a grieving mother named Evelyn. Her seemingly idyllic life had been shattered by immeasurable loss. Her beloved daughter, Lily, had been taken from her in a tragic accident, leaving Evelyn consumed by an overwhelming sorrow that refused to be quelled. To cope with her unbearable grief, Evelyn sought solace in a lifelike porcelain doll that had been gifted to Lily just weeks before her demise. As she clutched the doll in her trembling hands, fond memories of her daughter flooded her mind, soothing her heartache, if only momentarily. The doll became a macabre source of comfort, a chilling reminder of the daughter she had lost. But as the days and nights bled into one another, an unsettling presence began to manifest within the doll. At first, the movement was imperceptible, a slight tilt of the head or the rearrangement of its delicate limbs. Evelyn dismissed the peculiar occurrences as figments of her shattered imagination, clinging desperately to the companionship the doll provided. Yet, as the doll's movements became more brazen, Evelyn could no longer ignore the truth that stared her in the face. Night after night, she would wake to find the doll perched on the edge of her bed, its unblinking porcelain eyes fixed upon her. The ethereal quality of the doll's presence evoked feelings of both dread and fascination in Evelyn's fragile psyche. With each passing night, the doll's influence grew stronger, its intentions increasingly malevolent. It seemed as though it hungered for something more, something beyond mere companionship. The once solace-inducing porcelain doll had taken on a sinister aura, a conduit for something far more sinister than Evelyn had ever anticipated. The villagers living in the maze-like shadows of the lush forest began to whisper among themselves about the strange occurrences befalling Evelyn. Fearful eyes met her own as she walked through the cobbled streets, their silent judgments penetrating her fragile emotional shield. She had become a pariah in her own community, shunned and feared for her connection to the mysterious doll. The whispers turned to screams within the confines of Evelyn's mind as the doll's influence began to penetrate her very being. Her dreams were infested with twisted visions, a nightmarish descent into a labyrinth of despair. Shadows danced at the fringes of her vision, intertwining with the porcelain doll's creeping malevolence. Desperate to reclaim her sanity, Evelyn sought the help of an enigmatic forest-dwelling witch known for her expertise in matters of the psyche. The witch, Gaia, lived deep within the heart of the woods, her cottage shrouded in an aura of mysticism and danger. Gaia had long warned the villagers of the dangers lurking within the forest, but they had dismissed her as a madwoman. Evelyn's journey to Gaia's cottage was fraught with trepidation. The winding forest trails seemed to conspire against her, as though the woods themselves sought to dissuade her from reaching her destination. But the overwhelming need to sever the doll's grip on her soul spurred her on, her determination unyielding and unrelenting. Upon arriving at Gaia's cottage, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The witch, clad in tattered robes, peered deep into Evelyn's eyes, her gaze piercing through the layers of despair. With a solemn voice, Gaia revealed the harrowing truth behind the doll's malevolence. The porcelain doll, crafted by a sorcerer centuries ago, had been imbued with a dark curse that sought to claim a new soul in order to perpetuate its existence. It craved the essence of life, drawing sustenance from the sorrow and despair it evoked in the hearts of those who possessed it. The doll had become an insidious agent of chaos, manipulating Evelyn's fractured psyche to ensure its vile purpose was fulfilled. Gaia informed Evelyn of a dangerous ritual that held the potential to break the curse once and for all. It required an act of tremendous sacrifice, the relinquishment of the doll's physical form and Evelyn's own soul intertwined as one. With trepidation, Evelyn agreed, understanding that salvation required the ultimate relinquishment. As the ritual unfolded amidst the shrouded forest, the porcelain doll's malevolent influence permeated the atmosphere, venomously contesting Evelyn's determination. But with each step towards redemption, Evelyn's fractured soul grew stronger, melding with the doll until their existence became inextricably linked. In a final, cataclysmic climax, the porcelain doll shattered into 1,000 fragments, releasing Evelyn from its twisted grasp. As the doll's curse dissipated into the autumn breeze, Evelyn found herself standing alone, liberated from the clutches of darkness that had plagued her existence. Though forever marked by the harrowing experiences endured, Evelyn emerged from the depths of despair with newfound strength and a resolute spirit. No longer shackled by the porcelain doll's curse, she embarked on a journey towards healing and redemption, her story etched into the annals of the village's haunted history. And deep within the heart of the enchanted forest, the echoes of Evelyn's triumph whispered through the trees, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horrors. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the small town of Ashwood. It was a place of legends and folklore, where whispers of hidden horrors echoed through the dense forest that surrounded it. But on this particular night, a group of friends, bound by their shared fascination with lucid dreaming, gathered in a secluded cabin on the outskirts of town. Their names were Michael, Amelia, Jonathan, and Sarah. They were pioneers in the field of lucid dreaming, exploring the depths of their subconscious minds by consciously controlling their dreams. It was a risky endeavor, but they were not afraid. United by their thirst for discovery, they had made a breakthrough that could change everything. Michael, the the group's leader and the one who had discovered the technology they now possessed, sat at the head of the long wooden table. He was a tall, enigmatic man with a mischievous glint in his eyes. As his three friends settled around him, anticipation crackled in the air. "After years of research, I have unlocked the door to the dream net," Michael declared, his voice reverberating through the room. "With this device, we will be able to enter each other's dreams." A mixture of excitement and trepidation rippled through the group. They had longed for a way to bridge the gap between their own sleeping minds, but the implications of such a technology were unfathomable. Yet, the lure of exploration was too potent for them to resist. As the full moon reached its zenith, Michael activated the dream net. The cabin was bathed in an otherworldly blue light as the ethereal device hummed to life. Just like that, their dreams became intertwined. The first night, the group cautiously connected with each other, exploring the shared landscapes of their subconscious minds. It was a world of wonders and strange beauty, where gravity shifted and colors danced in impossible patterns. They reveled in their newfound freedom, soaring through the skies and shaping their dreams with ease. But soon, cracks began to form. Amelia, always the most skeptical of the group, grew increasingly withdrawn. She confided in the others about a dark presence invading her dreams, a malevolent force that whispered of unspeakable horrors. The others brushed off her concerns, attributing them to the inherent risks of delving into the realm of dreams. Days turned into weeks as the group continued to explore the dream net, their excitement tempered by a growing unease. Amelia's nightmares became more vivid, her fear reaching unimaginable depths. She no longer slept soundly, plagued by shadows that loomed in the corners of her mind. Jonathan, who had always been stoic and level-headed, confided in Michael one fateful night. The dream landscape had shifted, twisted into a warped reflection of their darkest fears. Jonathan knew deep down that something had gone terribly wrong. They were no longer in control. Sarah, too, had noticed the changes. Her dreams had become a labyrinth of confusion and terror. The lines between reality and illusion blurred, leaving her trapped in a never-ending loop of her own darkest desires and fears. She was tormented by painful memories long repressed, resurfacing with a vengeance. With mounting concern, Michael delved deeper into the DreamNet's code, desperately searching for answers. As he deciphered the intricacies of the device, a horrifying truth unfurled before him. One of their own had been manipulating their dreams, twisting them into nightmares beyond imagination. Betrayal gnawed at Michael's heart as he realized the truth. It was Amelia who had succumbed to the lure of power, using her newfound abilities to torment her friends. She reveled in their suffering, reveling in the chaos she had unleashed upon their minds. The DreamNet had unlocked not only their dreams but also their darkest desires. Determined to free his friends from Amelia's sadistic grip, Michael concocted a desperate plan. He lured Amelia into a shared dream, trapping her in a nightmarish landscape of her own creation. It was a hellish maze of her deepest fears, the very essence of what she had inflicted upon them. The battle within the DreamNet raged on, each member fighting for control of their dreams. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred, sanity hanging by a thread. And in the end, it was Michael who triumphed. He broke free from the DreamNet, severing the connection between their minds and trapping Amelia in a waking nightmare of her own making. As dawn broke over Ashwood, the group gathered once more in the cabin, their faces etched with relief and exhaustion. The DreamNet sat before them, its blue light fading into oblivion. The device had brought them both wonder and terror, forever altering the course of their lives. They vowed never to speak of the DreamNet again, their shared secret locked away in the recesses of their minds. The nightmares they had endured would haunt them forever, a reminder of the dangers that reside within the depths of the human psyche. In the years that followed, they each found solace in their waking lives, seeking closure from the horrors they had encountered. But deep down, They knew that the Nightmare Network had uncovered something far more sinister than they could have ever imagined. And that knowledge would forever cast a shadow over their journey into the realm of dreams. The wind howled through the endless expanse of the dense forest, echoing a haunting melody that sent shivers down the spines of those brave enough to venture into its depths. Deep within this foreboding landscape stood a desolate logging road, drenched in an eerie silence that only added to its sinister aura. Travelers who dared to tread upon this treacherous path did so with trepidation, knowing not of the malevolent presence that lurked within the shadows. It was along this road that the legend of the Lantern Man unfolded, a tale whispered in hushed tones by those who had encountered the mysterious figure. Clad in a tattered cloak, the Lantern Man emerged from the darkness like a wisp of ethereal fog, his lantern casting an otherworldly glow upon his haggard face. With each flickering step, he lured unsuspecting travelers towards their impending doom, enthralling them with his enigmatic presence. Emma, a young photographer with a penchant for capturing the raw beauty of abandoned places, found herself drawn to the allure of deep wood. Fascinated by stories of the Lantern Man, she resolved to photograph him, to capture the essence of this otherworldly being on film. Armed with her camera and fueled by a mix of curiosity and trepidation, Emma embarked on a journey that would change her life forever. The air grew thick with anticipation as she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps muffled by the carpet of decaying leaves beneath her. As evening descended, the woods transformed into a labyrinth of eerie shadows, whispering secrets that only the trees could comprehend. With each passing moment, Emma's heart raced faster, the line between reality and fantasy blurring in the dim twilight. And then, she saw it, a flicker of light in the distance. Her breath caught in her throat as the figure of the Lantern Man materialized before her, his lantern emanating an eerie glow that danced upon his face. Fear mingled with fascination as Emma steadied her trembling hands, desperate to capture the perfect shot. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice trembling in the stillness of the night. The Lantern Man remained silent, his eyes fixed upon her camera as if acknowledging her silent request. Something about his presence sent a chill down her spine, yet Emma pressed on, determined to document the enigma before her. Click! The first shot captured the Lantern Man in his hypnotic grace. The glow of his lantern cast a hauntingly beautiful silhouette against the gnarled trees that seemed to reach out towards the sky. Emma's excitement mounted as she reviewed the image, her heart pounding in anticipation. But as she continued clicking away, the Lantern Man's demeanor changed. His piercing eyes seemed to pierce through her very soul, and an unsettling aura engulfed the forest around her. The trees creaked with an eerie resonance, whispering foreboding tales of forgotten nightmares. Emma's initial fascination morphed into a deep-rooted fear that clenched at her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She turned to flee, but the forest remained still, trapping her in its cold embrace. Every path she took seemed to loop back upon itself, closing in around her with each panicked step. A cacophony of whispers seemed to consume her senses, heightening her terror as she realized she was entangled in the web of the Lantern Man's malevolence. Days turned into nights as Emma became a mere puppet at the mercy of the Lantern Man's twisted game. Her mind teetered on the precipice of sanity as he whispered secrets that no mortal should know. She saw visions of long-forgotten atrocities, the darkness within humanity personified in the chilling tale of the Lantern Man. It was in those moments of torment that Emma understood the true nature of the Lantern Man. He was no mere phantom, no benign protector of dark secrets. He was a force of darkness, a trickster that reveled in tormenting those who dared to seek him out. Emma's desire to capture his essence on film had unleashed a whirlwind of darkness that threatened to consume her. In a final act of desperation, Emma destroyed her camera, shattering her connection to the Lantern Man's realm. The forest fell silent once more, the whispers fading away as if they had never existed. Her body, bruised and battered, collapsed onto the forest floor as she breathed in the scent of freedom. The tale of the Lantern Man continued to be whispered in the alleys of society, a chilling reminder of the darkness that resides in the recesses of the human mind. Emma's photographs, her only memento of that harrowing ordeal, remained forever trapped within the shattered lens of her camera. And so, the legend of the Lantern Man lived on in the shadows of Deep Wood, a testament to the power of the mind and the terrifying secrets that lie within. The logging road, once a treacherous path, became a desolate reminder of the price one pays for peering into the abyss. The wind whispered through the dense foliage as Emily set up her campsite in the heart of the deep, enchanted woods. She had longed for solitude, a chance to escape the chaos of her everyday life and reconnect with nature. The secluded lake she had stumbled upon seemed like the perfect haven. As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the tranquil waters, Emily's excitement dissolved into a sense of unease. The forest around her seemed to come alive with unfamiliar sounds, an orchestra of nocturnal creatures preparing for their nightly symphony. Tossing and turning in her sleeping bag, Emily fought against the pull of exhaustion. Something felt off, like a delicate thread losing its grip on reality. Just as she was about to surrender to the embrace of sleep, her ears caught a soft, ethereal melody drifting across the water. Rising from her makeshift bed, she ventured toward the lake's edge, drawn to the haunting song. The voice was incomprehensible, yet it seeped into her very being. Its beauty was undeniable, but an underlying darkness infected its notes like poison. Her feet sank into the cool sand as she approached the shoreline, her eyes scanning the black abyss beneath the waves. A figure emerged, shimmering beneath the moonlit surface, too indistinct to be human, too mesmerizing to be ignored. Emily's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat as the figure began to rise from the depths. Hair as black as the night cascaded down its ethereal form, a siren's song in physical manifestation. The siren's voice intensified, echoing through the stillness of the forest. Now a chorus of haunting melodies, it pulled at Emily's very soul, urging her to succumb to its enchantment. It whispered promises of escape, of a world filled with unimaginable beauty and boundless freedom. Paralyzed by the siren's spell, Emily wavered on the precipice of decision. The allure of the unknown tugged at her, seducing her with its promises. Yet, deep within her core, an instinctual fear clawed to the surface. It warned her that this serenity was nothing more than an illusion, a prelude to unspeakable horrors. Fighting against the enthralling power of the siren's call, Emily forced herself to retreat, scrambling backward as adrenaline surged through her veins. The siren's voice morphed into a deafening cacophony of fury as it plunged back into the depths with a final, tortured wail. Gasping for air, Emily collapsed on the ground, the weight of her choice pressing heavily on her chest. The woods around her seemed to breathe, their secrets whispering through the rustling leaves. She was no longer alone in this secluded abyss. The forest had awakened to her presence, to her defiance. Night after night, the haunting melodies returned, seeping into Emily's dreams, painting her nights with twisted images. The serenity she had once craved was now tainted by the siren's presence, a constant reminder of the darkness lurking beneath the surface. Days blurred into nights, and Emily's sanity teetered on the edge, her mind plagued by shadows and doubt. She longed for release, for the chance to sever the bond that kept her chained to this cursed place. Driven by desperation, she set forth on a perilous journey through the woods, determined to uncover the secrets of the haunting siren's song. The forest whispered, guiding her deeper into its labyrinth, leading her to a hidden, dilapidated cabin nestled among the trees. The air inside the cabin was thick with ancient memories. Faded photographs littered the floor, revealing fragments of lives long forgotten. Emily's hands trembled as she picked up a picture of an unnaturally beautiful woman, a siren adorned in black. The connection between the siren of the lake and this forsaken place sent shivers down her spine. Stumbling upon a dusty journal, Emily's eyes widened as she delved into its pages. It detailed the cabin's former occupant, a recluse artist obsessed with capturing the essence of the siren, his muse. He had fallen under her spell, unable to break free from her enchantment. Realization crashed over Emily like a tidal wave. She understood now that the siren's song wasn't simply a melody, it was a curse that chained the spirits of those who dared listen, drawing them into its dark abyss. With newfound determination, Emily set out to break the cycle. Armed with relics from the cabin and a resolve unyielding, she ventured once more to the lake's edge. The siren's call beckoned, a desperate plea to reclaim its lost prize. Facing the tumultuous waters, Emily brandished the artist's brush, its bristles quivering with suppressed power. With a swift stroke, she painted the image of the siren, a talisman of sorts, infused with her strength and defiance. The siren rose from the lake, its mesmerizing gaze locking with Emily's determined eyes. But this time, there was no allure, no seduction. As the siren's voice rang out one final time, it recoiled from the artist's talisman, its enchantment shattering like glass. The forest rejoiced in silent harmony as Emily walked away from the lake, free from the haunting melodies that once tormented her. The deep wood's secrets remained hidden, but she had unlocked her own salvation, emerging from the psychological labyrinth with a newfound resilience. She would forever carry the memory of the siren's song in her heart, a reminder of the horrors that lie beneath beauty, the delicate dance between temptation and survival. And she vowed never to succumb to life's illusions again, forever wary of the alluring voices that might lead her astray. In the depths of a small town nestled within a dense forest, lived an enigmatic and renowned ventriloquist named Arthur Blake. He had acquired a level of fame in his prime, captivating audiences with his mesmerizing performances. But as time wore on, Arthur's luster began to fade, leaving him to grapple with his own fading glory. His once adored puppet, aptly named Merlin, was his prized possession. Carved from an ancient oak tree, Merlin's contorted wooden face and lifelike hands had enchanted audiences for years. Audiences marveled at how seamlessly Arthur brought this lifeless creation to life, effortlessly maneuvering his wooden companion with unparalleled skill. However, a sinister cloud began to cast a shadow over Arthur's life, one that he could not fully comprehend. It started subtly, with haunting whispers that only he could hear. Merlin's voice, once confined to Arthur's performances, began to echo in his thoughts. The wood seemed to stir, as if alive, provoking an unsettling fear deep within Arthur's soul. The whispers grew louder and more incessant with each passing day. Hushed commands that seemed to dislodge rationality and corrode sanity. Arthur, once a charismatic performer, became a mere puppet himself, manipulated by his own creation. As the grip of madness tightened, Arthur experienced episodes of dissociation, losing large pockets of time as he spiraled further into the depths of his mind. Reality became a tangled labyrinth, blending with the macabre fantasies conjured by the puppet that had surpassed its master. Night fell, wrapping the town in an impenetrable darkness, a perfect setting for the horrors that were about to unfold. Arthur's once innocent and playful performances now devolved into sinister theatrics. The townsfolk, who had once embraced the ventriloquist as a beloved entertainer, began to fear him. One warm summer evening, as a stray dog howled mournfully in the distance, Arthur brought Merlin to life once more. The wooden puppet perched on his lap, its malevolent gaze fixed upon the audience that shrank back, shivering with unease. The words that Arthur and Merlin exchanged on that fateful night were not those of an entertainer and his puppet, they were the ominous incantations of a puppet master and his malevolent creation. The whispers escaped Arthur's lips, venomous and laced with unhinged desperation. The puppet echoed the madness, his wooden smile twisted into a macabre grin. Unbeknownst to the trembling audience, the final act of this psychological thriller unfurled before their eyes. Arthur, under the dark spell of his puppet, succumbed to the darkness that devoured his mind. His eyes, once filled with a spark of life, became hollow, reflecting the void that consumed him. As Merlin took on a life of its own, Arthur's sanity unraveled completely. He became a mere vessel for the puppet's desires, relinquishing control of his own actions and descending deeper into the abyss of madness. The night became a grotesque dance of terror and violence, orchestrated by a fractured mind and a sinister puppet. Unspeakable acts stained the soil beneath their feet as the puppet master and his twisted creation reveled in their grotesque performance of horror. By the time the first light of dawn broke through the forest, the town lay in a state of shock and devastation. Its streets were marred by the aftermath of unspeakable acts committed by the man no longer in control of his own actions. The ventriloquist, now forever tied to his malevolent creation, had become nothing more than a shell of his former self, lost forever in the madness. And so, the once renowned ventriloquist, Arthur Blake, would forever be remembered as the puppet master of his own demise, forever twisted by the wooden whispers that drove him to commit the unspeakable. His tale, a haunting testament to the fragility of the human mind, would echo through the ages, a chilling reminder of the fine line between sanity and madness. Deep within the heart of the dense woods stood a humble piece of land, untouched by mankind for centuries. To the Johnson family, it was the perfect place to build their dream home. Little did they know, this idyllic piece of land held a sinister secret, patiently waiting to be unearthed. The Johnsons, comprising of Charles, a successful architect, his wife Emily, a talented interior designer, and their young daughter, Lily, were a close-knit family. They had spent years envisioning their perfect home, a sanctuary where they could escape the stress of the outside world and create cherished memories together. Upon discovering this untouched parcel of land, they couldn't believe their luck. The dense foliage surrounded them, towering trees seemingly protecting the precious grounds as if shielding them from prying eyes. They poured their hearts and souls into designing the house, intending to make it a testament to their love and shared dreams. As construction began, the family acclimated to their new surroundings, but an eerie sense of unease settled over the land. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry a faint, unsettling voice that could not be ignored. Still, they chalked it up to an overactive imagination, the result of their isolation from civilization. One fateful day, as the foundation was being dug, a sealed box was unearthed. Intrigued, Charles carefully inspected it. Its exterior was tarnished with age, its once ornate lock now rusted shut. Ignoring the strange aura that emanated from the box, Charles keenly desired to uncover its contents. With a sigh of satisfaction, he finally succeeded in opening it. As the lid creaked open, darkness poured forth, engulfing the family's newfound haven. An unexplainable coldness seeped into their bones, chilling them to the core. The whispers that had once been distant echoes in the wind were now unmistakable voices. The malevolent entity revealed within the box possessed an insidious power. As the family slept soundly in their beds that night, dreams turned into macabre nightmares. They were plagued by visions of horrifying deaths, their loved ones subjected to unimaginable horrors. Day by day, the darkness grew stronger, its presence dominating the once serenely beautiful surroundings. The whispers became relentless, taunting the Johnsons with snippets of buried secrets, digging into their minds until they were unable to tell fantasy from reality. Emily, once the epitome of grace, was now a mere shadow of her former self. Her once radiant face now held a permanent grimace of terror, her eyes a reflection of the torment she endured. Charles, consumed by despair, relentlessly investigated the origins of the malevolent force, but found no respite. Lily, the innocent child, became a vessel for the darkness to feed upon, her sweet laughter now replaced with silence. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the Johnsons' perfect dream home transformed into a nightmarish prison. Loneliness engulfed the family, as the entity ensured their isolation from the outside world. All attempts to escape became futile, as if the land itself conspired against them, keeping them trapped within its clutches. As desperation set in, Charles stumbled upon an ancient journal hidden beneath a decaying floorboard. The journal's pages were filled with the ramblings of those who had unknowingly succumbed to the entity's curse in the past. In their madness, they etched the secrets of the land and its dark history, warning future generations to stay away. In a desperate bid for salvation, Charles pieced together the scattered clues, desperate to break free from the clasp of the malevolent entity. He discovered that only through sacrifice, a willingness to part with what he held most dear, could the curse be broken. With a heavy heart, Charles faced the unthinkable. He made the ultimate sacrifice, sacrificing himself to save his family. The entity recoiled from the purity of his sacrifice, leaving the Johnsons with a chance at redemption. As Charles faded into the ether, a glimmer of hope returned to the home. Emily, now free from the entity's grip, held Lily tight, vowing to protect her from the horrors they endured. They would rebuild their lives, forever marked by the whispers of the past, but determined to create a future untainted by the darkness that had nearly consumed them. And so, the Johnsons carried on, their once perfect dream home serving as a constant reminder of the haunting secrets buried within the land. The whispers would fade, but never truly disappear as a haunting reminder of their harrowing journey into the depths of the deep wood. In the heart of the art world, nestled deep beneath the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, resided a hidden gem and artist studio known only to the most dedicated of collectors. This was the sanctum of Lillian Moore, a renowned painter with an uncanny ability to capture the essence of the human soul upon her canvases. One fateful day, as Lillian perused an antique store in search of inspiration, her eyes caught sight of an object that seemed to emit an ethereal glow amidst the dimly lit room. Her heart skipped a beat as she approached a dusty, neglected corner where a framed painting hung in obscurity. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a thin, worn paintbrush resting beside it, seemingly beckoning her. Unable to resist its seductive allure, Lillian purchased the haunted paintbrush without a second thought. She was drawn to its time-worn handle and delicate bristles, but little did she know the darkness that had found its way into her once serene life. Returning to her studio, Lillian eagerly dipped the brush into vibrant hues, allowing her creativity to flow unhindered. What began as innocuous scenes soon transformed into macabre visions, eerily accurate depictions of tragedy, chaos, and despair. Each stroke of the brush seemed to bear a sense of foreboding, as if the artist's hand was no longer her own. Her haunted creations, inexplicably prophetic in their nature, drew the attention of art critics and enthusiasts alike. They marveled at the depth and emotion captured within her works, unaware of the sinister forces at play. Lillian, too enveloped in her newfound fame, failed to notice the gradual erosion of her sanity. As her mind became increasingly consumed by the dark influence of the paintbrush, Lillian found it difficult to distinguish reality from her paintings. She would stare at her artwork for hours on end, fearing that the tragic scenes would come to life before her eyes. Sleep eluded her, replaced instead by fitful nightmares of bloodied figures and unsettling landscapes. The once vibrant and joyful colors that adorned Lillian's studio transformed into a murky palette of shadow and gloom. It seemed that her very presence breathed life into the haunting brush, as if it fed on her desperation and turmoil. She became a slave to her own masterpiece, unable to escape its grasp. Word of Lillian's descent into madness reached the ears of a reclusive art collector, Adrian Thornfield, known for his fascination with the supernatural. Sensing an opportunity to possess the most haunting artwork of all time, he sought Lillian out, determined to acquire her possessed masterpiece. Adrian's arrival unleashed a torrent of unforeseen consequences. With each step closer to Lillian's studio, the haunted paintbrush grew in power, intensifying its grip on her fragile psyche. Upon witnessing the sheer terror etched upon Lillian's face, Adrian realized the true nature of the brush's malevolence. Driven by his desire for forbidden knowledge, Adrian devised a plan to free Lillian from the clutches of the brush's insidious control. Together, they delved into ancient texts and obscure rituals, desperate to sever the bond between artist and artifact. As the ritual commenced, the two found themselves locked in a battle against the tainted paintbrush, the very essence of evil. The room crackled with electricity, vibrating with a sickening mix of fear and anticipation. Lillian's once frail form stood tall, her eyes blazing with a newfound determination. With one final stroke of the brush, as if defying its malevolent nature, Lillian completed the ritual. The haunted paintbrush quivered, a final echo of defiance, before dissipating into a cloud of darkness. The weight that had burdened Lillian's mind lifted, leaving behind a haunting silence. In the aftermath, Lillian no longer possessed the ability to paint. The traumatizing ordeal had taken its toll, leaving her devoid of inspiration and passion. She retired from the art world, seeking solace in the catharsis of a simpler life. But whispers of Lillian's haunted past lingered in the art world, forever connected to her name. Collectors and enthusiasts would speak in hushed tones about the paintings that predicted tragedy, reverently referring to them as the Deepwood series. These now infamous works served as a chilling reminder of the dark influence that could consume even the most talented of souls. And so, the haunted paintbrush disappeared into the annals of art history, a terrifying artifact forever trapped within the confines of tales and legends, a relic that whispered of the fine line between creativity and madness. In the heart of a quaint town nestled amidst the dense foliage of deep wood, stood a park adorned with a statue of remarkable beauty. For years, this statue had been a source of solace and amusement for the locals, a symbol of joy and tranquility. Little did they know that this silent figure would soon become the epicenter of a malevolent force that would forever darken the innocence of their lives. The statue, crafted from the finest marble, depicted a serene woman holding a bouquet of vibrant flowers. Its delicate features and graceful curves had once evoked feelings of awe and wonder, but as the days grew shorter and the nights colder, an ominous presence began to emanate from the otherwise inviting monument. It started innocently enough. On a gray and mist-laden morning, Mrs. Simmons, a kindly widow and frequent park visitor, paused before the statue. She felt an inexplicable tug at her heart, as though a hidden force compelled her to lean closer. In her vulnerable state, she heard the statue whisper to her, its voice a mere breath against her ear. It spoke of her deepest fears and her unfulfilled desires, secrets that had been locked away in her soul for decades. The whispers burrowed into Mrs. Simmons' mind, festering like a malignant infection. Her once jovial demeanor transformed into a relentless parade of anxiety and paranoia. Her friends became suspicious of her erratic behavior, unable to comprehend the source of her torment. The statue had unveiled secrets so deeply buried that they had long been forgotten, and it reveled in the ensuing chaos. Word of Mrs. Simmons' sudden decline spread through the town like wildfire, leaving the residents in a state of shock and confusion. Nevertheless, curiosity enticed others to test the boundaries of their own sanity. The statue loomed, indifferent yet tantalizing, beckoning those who dared to hear its eerie whispers. Each succumbing victim further fed the darkness, as the sinister whispers of the statue echoed through their minds. Miss Evelyn Townsend, known for her indomitable spirit, was the next to fall prey to the statue's spell. Her fiery red hair had been a beacon of resilience, but as the whispers invaded her thoughts, they extinguished the light within her. Miss Townsend became convinced that her friends and family despised her, that her own reflection beheld a hideous monster. The once vivacious woman crumbled under the weight of delusion, driven to madness by the incessant whispers. As the statue reveled in its dark power, the park transformed into a sinister haven of shattered dreams and shattered minds. Families splintered under the burden of their unearthed secrets, friendships dissolved into animosity, and love dissolved into underlying resentment. The once idyllic town became a breeding ground for paranoia and despair. Dr. Sebastian Pierce, a renowned psychiatrist, had watched the town's descent into madness with a heavy yet determined heart. Haunted by the distressing whispers that had plagued his dreams, he recognized the urgent need to free Deepwood from this malevolent influence. Armed with his unwavering resolve and a keen analytical mind, Dr. Pierce set out to decipher the secrets behind the whispers. In a race against time, Dr. Pierce delved into the history of the town, seeking answers to the enigma that consumed its people. Obscure folklore and long-forgotten legends unveiled themselves, whispering tales of ancient curses and lost power. The statue, it seemed, had once been a sacred object of great veneration, but its purpose had been twisted, corrupted by a dark force lingering within the woods. With each revelation, Dr. Pierce grew closer to identifying the source of the statue's power. Armed with newfound knowledge, he devised a plan to confront and neutralize the malevolent presence, for he understood that the fate of Deepwood rested upon his shoulders. Under the moonless night sky, with the statue standing as a silent sentinel, Dr. Pierce confronted his nemesis. Armed with an ancient incantation, he chanted the words of liberation. The whispers intensified, seeping into his very being, but the doctor's resolve held fast. With a final burst of energy, the statue shattered, its fragments forever burying the curse that had plagued Deepwood. As the morning sun rose, its radiant glow bathed the park in an ethereal light. The townspeople awoke from their tortured slumber, liberated from the grasp of the dark force that had held them captive. A collective sigh of relief resonated through the town as the effects of the statue's whispers slowly dissipated. Deepwood, forever scarred by the events that unfolded, began to heal under the guidance of Dr. Pierce. The park, once abhorred, was slowly reclaimed by its inhabitants, bright flowers blooming where once only darkness dwelt. But in the back of their minds, the residents would forever remember the sinister force that lurked beneath the surface, concealed within the whispering statue. And so, the tale of the whispering statue would become etched into the annals of Deepwood's history, a cautionary reminder of the darkness that can silently infiltrate even the most serene corners of the human psyche. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend retreat in the heart of the deep woods. A group of close friends, seeking solace from the bustling city life, had embarked upon this adventure with hopes of finding tranquility. Little did they know that the tranquil woods held a secret, lurking within the mist. As their small party arrived at their secluded cabin, nestled amidst towering trees, the air was thick with anticipation. Emma, the fearless leader of the group, had planned this retreat meticulously, wanting her friends to experience a true escape from reality. She believed that nature had the power to heal, to invigorate, and to bring people closer together. The first day passed by effortlessly as they hiked through the dense forest, relishing in the serenity that enveloped them. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow on the forest floor. Laughter echoed through the trees as they rejuvenated their weary souls. But as the night fell, a dense mist began to descend, creeping from the depths of the woods. It wrapped around the cabin like a suffocating blanket, obscuring their view of the outside world. Unease settled upon the group, for this was no ordinary mist. It was an aberration, an unnatural presence that seemed to pulse with malevolence. Whispers emerged from the haze, barely audible at first, but growing stronger with each passing moment. They seemed to infiltrate their minds, planting seeds of doubt and suspicion. The once warm camaraderie among the friends began to crumble as paranoia took hold. Emma, always a pillar of strength and reason, found herself questioning her own sanity. Thoughts and doubts swirled in her mind, fracturing her once unwavering confidence. Was it the mist that toyed with her thoughts, or was it something more sinister? Ben, the jovial soul of the group, had morphed into a shadow of his former self. His laughter turned hollow, his jokes laced with underlying hostility. The mist had somehow seeped into his very being, warping his jovial nature into something dark and twisted. Sarah, the empathetic and nurturing friend, had become withdrawn and distant. She claimed to hear the whispers within the mist, convinced that they were malevolent spirits attempting to tear their group apart. Her once peaceful demeanor now gave way to distrust and suspicion. Josh, the intellectual and analytical mind among them tried desperately to make sense of their predicament. He delved into old folklore and legends, searching for answers in dusty tomes. Yet, the deeper he delved, the closer he came to losing his own grasp on reality. As the mist continued its assault on their minds, the friends turned against one another. Accusations flew, fueled by the whispers in the haze. Friendships, once thought unbreakable, shattered under the weight of mistrust. The cabin became a battlefield as the mist carved its way through their sanity. Days bled into nights, a maddening blur of uncertainty and terror. The mist twisted and turned, exposing the deepest fears and insecurities of each friend. It reveled in their vulnerability, prolonging their suffering. Emma, desperate to salvage what remained of their fractured group, embarked on a perilous journey through the mist. She followed its whispers, not knowing if they would lead her to salvation or damnation. The others watched her vanish into the haze, unsure if they should follow or abandon all hope. As she ventured deeper into the enigmatic mist, Emma encountered apparitions of her friends, specters of their former selves. They beckoned her, calling her to join them in their twisted realm. But Emma resisted, her willpower the only weapon she had left. Her determination paid off when Emma stumbled upon an ancient symbol etched into the bark of a forgotten tree. It glowed with an otherworldly light, pushing the mist back and revealing a path to escape. She called out to her friends, her voice carrying through the dense haze, rekindling a glimmer of hope within them. One by one, they made their way towards Emma, the symbol burning brightly in their minds. The mist fought against their escape, trying to ensnare them once more. But they clung to the last threads of their sanity, breaking free from the suffocating embrace. Emerging from the woods, the friends found themselves miraculously intact, their spirits battered but still fighting. The mist dissipated, the whispers fading into mere echoes. They stood on the edge of sanity, forever changed by their ordeal. No longer bound by the darkness, they vowed to rebuild what was lost. The deep woods would forever be etched in their memories, a haunting testament to the power of the mind and the strength of friendship. As they drove away from their once serene retreat, the group knew that they had triumphed over the mist of madness. But the scars of their experience would forever remind them of the darkness that lurked within the depths of their souls and the ever-watchful woods that held their secrets. Marcus had always known that his grandmother, Eleanor, was a peculiar woman. She lived in a secluded cottage at the edge of the woods, shrouded in mystery and surrounded by an eerie atmosphere. Marcus had spent most of his life estranged from her, never quite understanding why. When Marcus received the news of Eleanor's passing, he felt a strange mixture of sorrow and curiosity. The lawyer informed him that he had inherited her estate, her dilapidated cottage, her possessions, and most importantly, her workshop. It was in that workshop where Eleanor had spent countless hours creating lifelike dolls that mirrored human beings. Even as Marcus stood at the entrance of the workshop, a chill ran down his spine. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with a blend of age and secrets. The lifelike dolls lined the shelves, their glassy eyes seemingly following his every move. Their presence was oppressive, their expressions frozen in a twisted combination of curiosity and menace. Marcus couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being watched. As Marcus explored the workshop, the weight of a dark legacy began to sink in. Eleanor had always been secretive about her creations, but what lay before Marcus now was more than he ever could have imagined. Each doll seemed to possess a sinister aura, their features so eerily authentic that it was difficult to believe they were inanimate objects. Their gazes bore into him, filling him with a sense of unease. Unable to resist the urge to uncover the truth behind his grandmother's obsession with dolls, Marcus delved further into her workshop. He leafed through numerous documents, hoping to find some answers. As he did, he discovered connections to an ancient doll-maker society that his grandmother had been a part of. The society had delved into the darkest corners of the human psyche, using their intricate dolls as vessels for unspeakable horrors. Intrigued and terrified in equal measure, Marcus began to notice something peculiar. The dolls would change positions when he wasn't looking. Their limbs would shift, their heads would tilt, and occasionally he swore he heard faint whispers echoing through the room. These spectral alterations filled him with an overwhelming dread, as if the dolls were somehow alive, communicating and conspiring against him. As Marcus struggled to make sense of the supernatural occurrences, he stumbled upon a hidden doorway concealed behind a large doll cabinet. He descended into a secret room, its walls adorned with ancient symbols and grotesque paintings. In the center of the room stood a life-size doll that bore an uncanny resemblance to Marcus. It wore his clothes, copied his every gesture, and stood in eerie silence. Fear gnawed at Marcus's sanity as he realized the true extent of his grandmother's insanity. Eleanor had been experimenting with dark arts, transferring her desires into her creations, animating them with a tormented fragment of her soul. Marcus discovered journals overflowing with her deranged thoughts, promising eternal life through the dolls. Marcus knew he had to break free from this twisted legacy. He gathered every journal, piece of evidence, and the malevolent doll that mirrored his existence. With trembling hands, he set fire to the workshop, releasing his grandmother's soul from its cursed creations. Flames engulfed the room, erasing the doll's existence and the lingering remnants of the doll-maker society. As the workshop crumbled into ashes, Marcus stared into the flames, letting go of his grandmother's dark inheritance. He vowed to carry the burden of her secrets no longer, to move forward and break the cycle of madness that had haunted their family for generations. But as Marcus turned away, he couldn't shake off the feeling that the dolls, the very embodiments of his grandmother's twisted obsession, were still watching him. And as he left the charred remains of the workshop behind, a whisper echoed through the wind, promising him that he had not seen the last of the doll-maker's legacy. It was a cold winter's day when Margaret Torrance stumbled upon the antique typewriter at a local yard sale. Intrigued by its elegant design and vintage allure, she couldn't resist bringing it home. Little did she know that this seemingly innocuous purchase would unravel a terrifying tale that would forever change her perception of reality. As a writer, Margaret was always in search of inspiration. She had hoped that this typewriter would breathe new life into her stories, allowing her to delve deeper into the recesses of her creativity. However, from the moment she plugged it in and began typing, she could sense something unsettling about this mysterious machine. The clattering of the keys reverberated through the room, creating an eerie cacophony. Margaret would often find herself lost in the rhythm of the typewriter, effortlessly tapping away at the keys. Soon, though, she realized that the typewriter had a mind of its own. The keys would move, not under her command, but of their own accord, forming coherent phrases and sentences that left her spellbound. Intrigued yet unnerved, Margaret decided to investigate the typewriter's origins. Hours of research led her to a forgotten tale of a renowned writer from the early 1900s, Victor Holloway. Legend had it that Holloway had used the typewriter to pen his infamous novel, Deep Wood, a mysterious and haunting psychological thriller that had captured the imaginations of readers for generations. As Margaret delved deeper into Holloway's world, she discovered a chilling truth. Holloway's novel had been more than a work of fiction, it had been a window into a sinister reality that consumed the writer's soul. The typewriter had served as a conduit, channeling Holloway's darkest thoughts onto the page. His obsession with his characters had transformed him, blurring the line between reality and the realm he had created. As she read through Deep Wood, Margaret found herself trapped within its twisted narrative. The story seemed to come alive around her, her surroundings morphing into the eerie setting of Holloway's woodland nightmare. Shadows danced across her walls, whispering secrets that chilled her to the core. She could hear the rustling of leaves outside her window, even though she lived in the heart of the city. Desperate to escape the clutches of Holloway's creation, Margaret sought a way to destroy the typewriter. But no matter what she tried, it seemed indestructible, its malevolent presence growing stronger with each attempt. In her frantic pursuit of answers, Margaret reached out to experts, determined to unravel the enigma that had taken hold of her life. A renowned paranormal investigator, Dr. Adrian Blackwood, agreed to meet her. He had long studied cases of objects with cursed histories, and the typewriter intrigued him like none before. Under the dim lighting of Margaret's study, Dr. Blackwood examined the typewriter, his face a mask of curiosity and concern. He spoke of the phenomenon known as haunted objects and how they possessed an inexplicable energy that defied logical explanation. Bolstered by her newfound ally, Margaret felt a glimmer of hope that together they might be able to break free from the typewriter's grasp. Days turned into weeks, and Margaret and Dr. Blackwood delved deeper into the twisted history of Deepwood and its cursed typewriter. The more they uncovered, the more entangled they became in its malevolence. They were now living in the story's grip, their every move dictated by the vengeful spirits trapped within the machine. With each passing day, Margaret's mind began to unravel, her sanity slipping away like sand through her fingertips. Driven to the brink of madness, she vowed to end the nightmare once and for all. She returned to the typewriter, resignation etched on her face, and began typing a final chapter that would release her from Holloway's foul curse. As her fingers danced across the keys, Margaret poured her heart and soul into the words. The typewriter seemed to tremble beneath her touch, as if fighting to keep her trapped within its story. But Margaret had found her strength, refusing to be consumed by Holloway's twisted creation. The keys clattered one last time, and the room was filled with an unearthly silence. Margaret collapsed, exhausted and shaken, but finally free from the clutches of the cursed typewriter. The nightmare was over. As she lay there, her breathing steadying, she couldn't help but wonder how many others had fallen victim to Holloway's insidious novel. She vowed to keep the typewriter hidden away, its secrets locked within the darkest recesses of her attic, where its power could do no further harm. And as she closed the door on that nightmarish chapter of her life, Margaret knew she would forever carry the scars of Deepwood. For what she had endured had taught her that the line between fiction and reality is thin, and that sometimes the greatest horrors are born from the depths of our own imagination. Butch O'Connor had always been a solitary soul, finding solace and serenity in the depths of the natural world. He sought refuge from the chaos of everyday life in the quiet solitude of the forest, where the leaves whispered ancient secrets and the wind sang strange tunes. It was on a sweltering summer evening that Butch ventured into the heart of Deepwood, an untouched wilderness that held an eerie allure for those brave enough to explore its depths. Armed with nothing more than a tent, a sleeping bag, and a sense of adventure, he set up camp in a secluded grove surrounded by towering pine trees. As dusk settled upon the forest, casting long shadows that danced among the undergrowth, Butch relished the silence. The soft crackling of the campfire provided a welcome contrast to the eerie stillness that enveloped Deepwood. He sat alone, gazing into the flickering flames, his mind drifting to the secrets the forest might hold. Butch's moment of peaceful contemplation was abruptly shattered as a dark shadow passed swiftly across the edge of his vision. He turned his head, seeking the source of the disturbance, but found nothing. Brushing it off as a trick of the light, he returned his attention to the soothing embrace of the fire. Throughout the night, he could not shake the feeling of being watched. Whispers seemed to drift through the trees, voices too distant to decipher, but filled with an unsettling sense of familiarity. Was it his imagination, playing tricks on him in the darkness? Or were the secrets of Deepwood beginning to reveal themselves? Sleep came fitfully to Butch that night, his dreams invaded by nightmarish visions of impenetrable darkness and writhing shadows. He awoke with a start, drenched in sweat and trembling. The sun had yet to rise, but the forest seemed to hold its breath, tinged with an invisible tension. Reality blurred with nightmare as Butch stumbled through the dense foliage, desperately searching for an escape from the clutches of Deepwood. Butch's descent into madness and fear seemed inevitable as each passing day intensified the whispers and shadows that tormented him. Strange symbols etched themselves into his mind, their twisted forms etching across his thoughts until he could no longer separate them from reality. The ancient secrets of Deepwood were clawing at his sanity, eager to consume his fragile mind. Days merged into nights, and Butch lost all track of time. His once rugged frame now gaunt and haggard, his eyes sunken and wild. He had become a mere shell of the man who had dared to enter these cursed woods seeking solitude. The shadows, once merely observers, now seemed to taunt and torment him at every turn. It was in the depth of his despair that Butch stumbled upon a dilapidated cabin hidden deep within the heart of Deepwood. A feeble glimmer of hope sparked within him. Perhaps shelter awaited him within those creaking walls, a haven from the sinister forces that had consumed his mind. With a final surge of strength, he pushed open the door, revealing a world that was no less disturbing than the darkness he had left behind. The cabin's interior was shrouded in a suffocating gloom. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay, and the desolate walls were covered in cryptic symbols similar to those that plagued Butch's tormented thoughts. In the center of the room, an ornate, antique mirror stood ominously, reflecting back a distorted version of reality. Drawn to the mirror, Butch could not tear his gaze away. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices merging with the sounds of the forest. His reflection seemed to shift and distort, the glimmers of his own sanity slipping away with each passing second. Suddenly, the mirror shattered, and with it, Butch's fragile grip on reality. The room spun around him, his mind eclipsed by darkness as he tumbled into the abyss of his own fragmented psyche. When the depths of Deepwood finally released him, they did so with a cruelty only the forest itself could conjure. Butch emerged, scarred physically and mentally, a mere shell of his former self. His body bore the marks of his torment, etched into his flesh as a permanent reminder of the shadow's embrace. Yet, amidst the ruins of his mind, a perverse sense of understanding had taken root. Butch had glimpsed the abyss, danced with the darkest secrets of Deepwood, and emerged with a distorted kind of truth. The whispers no longer haunted him, they had become his sole companions, forever etched into his consciousness. As Butch slowly faded into the annals of the Deepwood, his story served as a chilling reminder of the fickle nature of sanity. The forest's nefarious secrets would forever remain hidden, lost in the veils of darkness that enveloped its ancient forms. And those brave enough to delve into its depths could never truly emerge unscathed, for the shadows of Deepwood would forever embrace their souls. The wind whispered through the ancient trees as the Smith family arrived at their new retreat, Blackwood Cabin. Nestled deep within the heart of a dense forest, it was a picture-perfect getaway, its rustic charm promising an idyllic escape from the chaotic world beyond. Little did they know, however, that this peaceful haven would soon transform into a nightmarish realm of relentless terror. John and Elizabeth Smith, along with their 2 young children, Emily and Adam, were ecstatic to finally spend quality time away from the demands of their everyday lives. The cabin, though weathered with time, held an inexplicable allure. Its history was mysterious, whispered tales passed down through generations, but they paid no heed to the superstitious whispers that surrounded it. As the days passed, strange occurrences began to unfold. It started subtly, with misplaced items and unexplained noises. Faint whispers seemed to emanate from the very walls of the cabin, as though the spirits of the past were voicing their discontent. The family, initially dismissing them as figments of an overactive imagination, soon found themselves questioning their sanity. The whispers grew louder and more menacing with each passing night. Sleep became a distant memory as the relentless cacophony of ghostly voices wriggled their way into the depths of their minds. Shadows danced along the walls, their sinister presence creating an eerie atmosphere that suffocated the very essence of tranquility the cabin once promised. John, usually the pillar of strength, found himself teetering on the edge of madness. He became consumed by inexplicable rage, lashing out at the slightest provocation. Elizabeth, once a beacon of unwavering support, withered under the weight of her husband's newfound hostility. Emily and Adam, innocent souls caught in the crossfire, witnessed the destruction of their once loving parent relationship. Fear clouded their youthful eyes as they became pawns in a game they didn't understand. The spirits, relentless in their pursuit of vengeance, reveled in the family's descent into madness. Days turned into nights, and nights into restless, sleepless hours of torment. Unseen hands clawed at the family's sanity, unraveling their minds strand by strand. Their once blissful retreat had transformed into a psychological prison, one from which there seemed to be no escape. The whispers painted gruesome images of past atrocities committed within the cabin's walls. The vengeful spirits sought solace in the family's suffering, their malevolence growing with each passing day. The Smith family, once a tight-knit unit, now stood on the brink of self-destruction. John, driven to the edge of his sanity, believed that the only way to end the torment was to confront the spirits head-on. Armed with misguided determination, he embarked on a nightmarish journey to uncover the truth buried deep within the annals of the cabin's dark history. Elizabeth, clinging to a sliver of hope, desperately attempted to shield her children from the horrors that lurked within the cabin's shadows. She knew, deep down, that in this battle for survival, they were all irrevocably linked. As the night of reckoning arrived, the burning anger and desperation consumed John, blinding him to the cries of reason. He ventured into the depths of the forest, seeking redemption or demise. Elizabeth, torn between her love for her husband and the protection of her children, made a choice that would forever alter the course of their lives. Within the confines of the cabin, the spirits reveled in the chaos they had sown. Their insidious whispers had achieved their intended purpose, pitting an unsuspecting family against one another. Innocence had been lost, darkness had taken its hold, and the echoes of their torment would reverberate through the halls of Blackwood Cabin for eternity. In the ashen remnants of their shattered lives, the Smith family bore the scars of an unforgettable ordeal. The psychological terror they endured left an indelible mark on their souls. They departed the cursed cabin forever changed, realizing that the true horrors lie not only within the realms of the supernatural, but within the depths of human frailty. The chilling wind rustled through the dense trees as a group of friends huddled around a flickering campfire. They had ventured deep into the heart of the forbidding forest, seeking solace from the pressures and responsibilities of their everyday lives. Little did they know that this tranquil escape would soon become a nightmare from which there would be no escape. As night fell, an unnatural darkness began to descend upon the woods, enveloping everything in its suffocating grip. The campfire's feeble glow seemed diminished, barely penetrating the encroaching blackness that surrounded them. Unease settled upon the group like a heavy fog, gnawing at their sanity. The jovial banter of old friends slowly transformed into nervous whispers, as each one sensed an ominous presence lurking within the shadows. Unbeknownst to them, a malevolent force fed off their apprehension, their deepest fears and darkest secrets. It drew strength from their vulnerabilities, manifesting itself in horrifying ways. In the gloom, faces distorted into grotesque masks, whispers turned into agonizing screams, and the very fabric of reality warped into a nightmarish landscape. Jill, a vibrant young woman with an infectious laugh, found herself suddenly consumed by an overwhelming dread of spiders. As she looked around in panic, she realized the ground beneath her had become an inescapable web, sticky and suffocating. With every step, she could feel the invisible strands wrapping around her ankles, crawling up her legs, and tightening their grip. Paralyzed by fear, she screamed, futilely trying to tear herself free from the imaginary trap. Alex, usually stoic and unshakable, was haunted by his suppressed guilt. His secret affair with his best friend's wife gnawed at his conscience every day and night. In the depths of the dark forest, the misty figures of his friend and his lover materialized, their accusing eyes burning into his soul. Their whispers resounded in his ears, echoing his own shame and regret. The weight of his betrayal pushed him closer to the edge, threatening to shatter his fragile sanity. Tom, once a pillar of unwavering confidence, found himself consumed by a profound fear of failure. Every decision he had ever made, every opportunity he had let slip through his fingers, now became a haunting presence. In the depths of the woods, a spectral version of himself haunted him, taunting him with his past mistakes. No matter how hard he tried to overcome his trepidation, doubt continued to gnaw at his mind, eroding his resolve. As the night wore on, the malevolent force grew stronger, feeding off their fears with a gluttonous fervor. The boundaries between reality and illusion blurred, leaving the friends trapped in a never-ending nightmare. They screamed and cried, desperately trying to escape the clutches of the deepening darkness, but it seemed as if their pleas were consumed by the void. Then, in their darkest hour, a flicker of hope emerged. Lily, the quietest member of the group, uncovered a hidden journal in her bag. Its pages revealed an ancient ritual, capable of banishing the malevolent force that haunted them. Drawing upon their remaining shreds of courage, they followed the instructions with meticulous precision. As the ritual unfolded, a blinding light pierced through the suffocating darkness. The air crackled with energy, and the menacing shadows retreated, shrieking and clawing at the edges of the light. With each passing moment, the friends felt the weight of their fears lifting, as the malevolent force was banished back into the depths of the forest. Gasping for breath, they emerged from the woods, physically unharmed but forever scarred by the horrors they had endured. They vowed never to speak of their shared nightmare, choosing to bury the memories deep within their souls. But deep down, they knew that the darkness would always linger, reminding them of the frailty of the human mind and the depths of their own fears. And so, as they bid farewell to the eerie woods, a silent pact was made. They would forever guard their secrets, knowing that the deepening darkness could easily resurface, should their vulnerabilities be exposed once more. As the rider ventured deep into the heart of the woods, the towering trees loomed over him like ancient sentinels guarding some hidden secret. The weight of his own expectations and the pressure to find inspiration weighed heavily upon his shoulders. Seeking solace and creativity, he hoped that immersing himself in the wilderness would awaken his dormant imagination. For days, he wandered through the dense thicket, his footsteps echoing through the silence. The usual symphony of nature's sounds seemed hushed and distant, as if muffled by a force unseen. The tranquility he initially sought now seemed eerily unnatural, as though the forest itself held its breath in anticipation. In his solitude, the empty canvas of his thoughts began to fill with whispers. At first, they were mere fragments, fleeting voices dancing on the edge of his consciousness. He chalked it up to his mind playing tricks on him, mere echoes of his own inner demons. Yet, as time passed, those whispers grew stronger, resonating with a disconcerting familiarity. The writer's once vivid perception of reality started to blur around the edges. Shadows slithered through the undergrowth, taunting him with their undefined forms. The subtle rustle of leaves behind him eluded his grasp, leaving him spinning in circles, his eyes darting frantically from one direction to another. It was like being trapped in a waking nightmare, where his imagination and fears merged into a morbid dance. In the heart of the woods, he stumbled upon an abandoned cabin, its dilapidated frame hidden by a shroud of moss and neglect. The door creaked ominously as he pushed it open, and a gust of cold air brushed his face. Inside, the room was musty, an eerie reminder of a long-forgotten past. Cobwebs clung to the walls, almost as if they were frozen in time, mirroring the writer's own stagnation. As he explored the cabin, an old journal caught his eye. Its pages were filled with the intermittent scribbles of a troubled mind. The writer's heart raced as he recognized his own handwriting, yet he couldn't remember ever setting foot in this cabin before. The journal revealed fragmented entries, each more disjointed than the last. The writer sat on the decrepit floor, turning his gaze inward, searching for answers buried deep within his psyche. But the more he delved into himself, the more the words on those pages seemed alien and unsettling, as if they belonged to another version of himself, a version he didn't dare acknowledge. Days turned into nights, and the writer lost all track of time, his existence confined to the warped reality of the cabin. The whispers grew louder, words forming incoherent sentences. They teased his sanity, skirting the edges of comprehension. One night, as he lay on the threadbare mattress, a shadowy figure materialized in the corner of the room. The writer's heart skipped a beat, his breath catching in his throat. The figure seemed familiar, yet obscured by darkness. It approached him, step by agonizing step, until its face was inches away from his own. The writer looked into its eyes, or rather, into his own reflection, witnessing a disintegration of his very being. The echoes of silence suffocated him, twisting his perception of reality into an incomprehensible nightmare. With each passing day, he lost more of himself to the insidious clutches of the forest's grip. The line between his inner demons and the external world evaporated, leaving him teetering on the precipice of madness. As the writer's grip on reality weakened, the whispers that had plagued him revealed their purpose. They were not echoes of his own mind, but remnants of the cabin's tragic history. The previous inhabitant, consumed by his own darkness, had left a haunting imprint on the very fabric of the surroundings, forever searching for a way out. With an emancipating scream, the writer woke from his malevolent haze. He was back in his own bedroom, the forest's oppressive presence replaced by familiar sights. Perspiration clung to his forehead, his body trembling with fear. He rushed to his desk, a sense of urgency igniting the ember of creativity that had lain dormant within him. The echoes of the deep woods lingered, yet he had found the inspiration he sought. The harrowing ordeal he had endured would become the foundation of his magnum opus. In the hollow silence of the forest, he had found a story that would resonate with readers and echo in their souls for years to come. With each stroke of his pen, he exorcised the demons that had ensnared him, ensuring they would haunt him no longer. And so, the writer emerged from the depths of those eerie woods, forever indebted to the chilling silence that had both ensnared and liberated him. A psychological thriller born from the perilous depths of his own tormented mind, forever etching his name among the great storytellers who dared to venture into the darkness of their own souls. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the dense wilderness, as hiker Emily Morgan set off on a solitary adventure in the heart of the deep woods. Excitement filled the air as she embarked on her journey, eager to explore the untouched beauty that lay hidden within the ancient trees. Little did she know, this expedition would lead her down a nightmarish path from which there may be no return. With her backpack tightly secured, Emily ventured further into the wilderness, guided by her sense of curiosity and the quiet rustle of leaves beneath her feet. The forest exuded a mysterious allure, drawing her deeper into its embrace. The path ahead seemed clear and straightforward at first, winding gracefully through towering pines, their branches stretching out like skeletal fingers. But as the hours passed, Emily's wanderlust led her to wander off the main trail. Overgrown vegetation tugged at her clothes and scratched her arms, leaving a trail of red welts in its wake. She pushed through the thick foliage, a sense of uneasiness beginning to creep upon her. It was at this moment that Emily first caught sight of a faint, winding trail through the tangle of underbrush. The path seemed shrouded in shadow, as if veiled from prying eyes. Curiosity danced within her as she decided to abandon the main trail and follow this hidden passage. As she stepped onto the path, a chill wind whispered through the silent forest. Emily shivered involuntarily, as though Mother Nature herself sensed the foreboding nature of her choice. The shadows seemed to deepen around her, casting an eerie gloom that settled deep within her soul. Yet, the allure of the unknown propelled her forward. Soon, the hiker noticed movement from the corner of her eye, elusive figures, fleeting through the trees like wisps of smoke. They darted from shadow to shadow, their hushed whispers echoing through the dense forest. Emily's heart quickened, a sense of dread washing over her, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from those dark shapes. With each passing encounter, the figures grew bolder, drawing nearer to Emily. The whispers intensified, coiling their tendrils around her mind. Cryptic warnings mixed with half-sentences and disjointed fragments seeped into her consciousness, leaving her bewildered and disoriented. The once peaceful beauty of the forest transformed into a twisted nightmare. The trees seemed to bend towards her menacingly, their branches reaching out as if to snatch her away. Shadows morphed into grotesque shapes, as if they were mocking her torment. The very air thickened with an ominous weight that suffocated her senses. Yet, Emily felt an inexplicable compulsion to press forward, driven by an insatiable hunger to uncover the truths buried within the hidden depths of this enigmatic forest. She had become entangled in a web of ancient secrets and forgotten horrors, and the pull was too potent to resist. Days turned to nights that seemed devoid of stars or moonlight. The forest consumed Emily, depriving her of her peace of mind, leaving her teetering on the edge of sanity. Sleep eluded her, as haunting nightmares merged with unsettling reality. Each waking moment brought her deeper into the clutches of the forest's malevolent charm. Soon, Emily could no longer distinguish between the real and the imagined. The whispering figures merged with her own thoughts, their words tangled within her mind. Her once vibrant spirit faded, replaced by a fragmented and tormented psyche. Finally, as Emily stumbled, almost delirious, through the woods, she reached a clearing within the heart of the forest. A circle of ancient stones stood tall, their inscriptions worn with time. A deep sense of understanding washed over her as the whispers coalesced into a dreadful prophecy. Her presence had awakened a slumbering evil, a force that yearned for release from its prison within the woods. She had unknowingly ventured upon the shrouded path, a forbidden trail that bound her to a malevolent destiny. There was no escape. And so, the once vibrant hiker succumbed to the depths of madness, forever consigned to wander the forest in perpetuity. Her tortured soul now added to the chorus of whispers in the wind, warning future wanderers of the horrors lurking within the deep woods. In the end, the shrouded path claimed yet another victim, forever woven into the chilling tapestry of ancient secrets and forgotten horrors. Deep in the heart of the ancient forest stood a veiled haven, hidden from prying eyes. It was here that Lawrence Locke, a reclusive artist, sought solace from a world that had turned against him. His once thriving career had crumbled under the weight of critics' disdain, leaving him a broken man. The dense woods beckoned to him, promising respite from the cacophony of the outside world. With each passing day, Lawrence ventured deeper into the wilderness, carving out a sanctuary for his tortured soul. The veil of mist that hung over the forest seemed to shroud everything in ethereal beauty, luring him further into its embrace. At first, the whispers were barely discernible, distant echoes carried on the wind. But as Lawrence delved deeper into the heart of the woods, the whispers grew louder, taking on life of their own. They became a symphony of murmurs that crawled beneath his skin, seeping into his thoughts and emotions, blurring the boundaries between reality and twisted fantasy. His once beloved artistry now morphed into grotesque manifestations, mirroring the darkness that consumed his mind. His brush strokes were no longer guided by his hand alone, they danced with a sinister elegance, depicting macabre scenes that haunted even the bravest of souls. Each stroke of his brush seemed to summon an entity from the mist. Spectral figures emerged from the undergrowth, their silhouettes twisting and contorting in unnatural ways. They were neither wholly human nor wholly beast, existing in a realm between the living and the dead. Their gaunt faces were etched with unspeakable sorrow, their eyes empty voids that stared into the depths of Lawrence's suffering. As the line between reality and nightmare continued to blur, Lawrence found himself tortured by visions that clawed at his sanity. Dark secrets he had locked away in the recesses of his mind now danced at the edge of his consciousness, threatening to consume him whole. The whispers grew louder still, their words an indecipherable chorus, haunting him both day and night. His nights became a labyrinth of sleepless torment, each waking moment a descent into an abyss of horror. Shadows seemed to writhe beneath his skin, creeping along his bones with a malevolence that defied reason. The veil of mist that had once enchanted him now had an unfathomable terror lurking just beyond his vision. Desperation gnawed at Lawrence's soul, compelling him to understand the source of his torment. He began to delve into the annals of forgotten folklore, seeking answers from ancient tales buried deep within the forest's history. In his research, he stumbled upon a legend of a vengeful spirit who had been wronged, forever cursed to wander the forest, seeking retribution. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Lawrence realized that these spectral figures were the embodiment of his own past transgressions. They were the faces of those he had betrayed, the innocent souls he had crushed with his ego and ambition. The whispers were their collective voice, punishing him for the ruin he had left in his wake. Haunted by guilt and a desire for redemption, Lawrence knew that he had to confront his spectral tormentors. He ventured deeper into the forest, navigating through the mist with a determination born of despair. As he approached the heart of the veiled haven, the whispers reached a crescendo, echoing in his ears like an unholy chorus. In the final clearing, Lawrence faced his accusers, his past sins materialized before him. Their hollow eyes bore into him, each accusing gaze a weight he could no longer bear. With tears streaming down his face, he confessed his guilt, begging for forgiveness and vowing to atone for his actions. As if in response, the specters dissipated into the mist, their whispers finally silenced. Lawrence fell to his knees, his body trembling with relief and exhaustion. He had once again found solitude in the depths of the forest, but this time it was a solitude that burned with a newfound understanding and a resolve to seek redemption. The veiled haven lived on, forever guarding the secret horrors of the forest. And Lawrence, forever changed, continued to paint, not as an escape, but as a testament to his own salvation and the frailty of the human spirit. The woods held a certain allure, an enigmatic realm that drew urban explorers like moths to a flame. It was amidst this impenetrable labyrinth of towering trees that a group of friends found themselves, driven by a relentless curiosity to unearth the secrets hidden within. They were intrepid seekers of the unknown, blissfully unaware of the horrors that awaited them in the deep wood. It was a mist-laden morning when the group embarked on their journey. The air was thick with anticipation as their footsteps echoed through the silent woods, disturbing the slumber of ancient spirits. Each step carried them deeper into the heart of the wilderness, and with every passing moment, the whispers of forgotten secrets grew louder. Hours turned into a blur as they followed an invisible path, guided only by their collective instincts. Despite being seasoned explorers, unease began to gnaw at the edges of their minds, nibbling away at their sanity. The oppressive atmosphere grew dense, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl within the confines of the clearing looming ahead. As they stumbled upon the enigmatic clearing, a shiver raced down their spines. The air seemed to freeze, and a haunting silence settled upon them. It was as if everything had ceased to exist beyond that point, as if they had stepped into an otherworldly realm where reality and madness intertwined. Seeking refuge from the claustrophobic stillness, they gathered around a charred oak that stood at the center of the clearing. Its gnarled branches twisted and contorted as if they were reaching out for something elusive, its blackened bark etched with symbols that spoke of ancient rituals long forgotten. Unbeknownst to them, the tree held the key to the clearing's malevolent secrets. With every moment spent in the clearing, the whispers grew louder, insidious tendrils of influence seeping into their minds. Infected by the wicked enchantment of the place, they began to question their own perceptions. Shadows danced on the periphery of their vision, their peripheral senses tingling with unease. The boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred. One by one, their minds succumbed to the enchantment, their thoughts morphing into grotesque versions of their former selves. Their once close-knit friendship turned into paranoia, each member accusing the other of conjuring the dark magic that had enveloped them. Tension sliced through the air, punctuated only by their manic whispers. Days turned into an unending nightmare as the clearing embedded itself deeper into their souls. Reality twisted, morphing into a grotesque carnival of their darkest fears and unspeakable desires. The forest teemed with monstrous apparitions, born from the depths of their tormented minds, as the group tumbled deeper into the abyss of their unraveling sanity. No longer able to distinguish between the real and the imagined, they became mere puppets under the sway of the clearing's malevolence. They were trapped, prisoners of their own torment, forced to confront the demons that lurked within their hearts. As the echoes of their distorted laughter filled the stillness, the clearing reveled in their anguish, feeding on their suffering like a ravenous beast. In the end, the clearing swallowed them whole, leaving no trace of their existence behind. Their descent into madness became just another tale lost in the annals of urban exploration, a cautionary warning whispered among those brave enough to venture into the depths of the woods. The enigmatic clearing continued to haunt the woods, beckoning the next group of unsuspecting explorers with its siren call. It remained a timeless abyss, forever enshrouded in mystery, its secrets forever lost to the shifting sands of time. And as the whispers of long-forgotten secrets continue to permeate the air, one can't help but wonder who will be the next to succumb to its insidious charm. In the deep wood, the cycle repeats, an eternal dance of darkness and madness, waiting for the next group of seekers to unravel the truth and pay the ultimate price. The dense, ancient forest that sprawled out before them was a haven for tranquility and serenity. Linda and Mark had chosen this isolated wilderness, enveloped in nature's quiet embrace, to rekindle their love and escape the chaos of their everyday lives. Little did they know, however, that their romantic getaway would soon morph into a nightmare they could never have imagined. Nestled deep within the woods, a hidden hollow lay untouched by human hands for decades. It was said to possess an eerie aura, whispered of in hushed tones by those who believed in its dark past. The locals would rather pretend it didn't exist, but curiosity had a way of tempting fate. As the couple ventured deeper into the woods, the surrounding foliage became thicker, the sunlight filtering through the trees diminishing with every step. Linda's enthusiasm waned, replaced by a sense of unease that crawled beneath her skin. Mark, ever the optimist, tried to reassure her with his charming smile, but even he couldn't shake off the eerie feeling that clung to the air. In their search for adventure, they stumbled upon an overgrown path that led them through a labyrinth of ancient trees. Twisted branches snaked overhead, creating a darkened canopy that concealed their path. It felt as if time itself had come to a standstill within this forgotten corner of the forest. The sound of their footsteps resonated ominously, as if awakening dormant spirits. After what seemed like an eternity, they stumbled upon a dilapidated cabin. It stood alone, surrounded by a sea of withered ferns and gnarled roots that entwined the earth. The wooden structure, a somber silhouette against the fading light, bore the weight of years of abandonment. An initial wave of curiosity washed over them, and against their better judgment, they decided to explore. As they stepped across the threshold, the pervasive stench of age and decay assaulted their senses. The atmosphere was heavy with an unspeakable sadness, as if the cabin itself held the echoes of past horrors. Tattered black curtains hung like mournful specters, swaying languidly in the cold breeze. Dust-covered furniture sagged under the weight of time, the silence punctuated only by the scurry of unseen creatures. Curiosity morphed into unease, gnawing at their minds. The whispers of forgotten stories clawed at their consciousness, begging to be acknowledged. Soon, their reality warped, the cabin embracing their fears and insecurities like a malicious entity. Shadows danced along the walls, contorting into grotesque figures that seemed to mock their very existence. The longer they stayed, the more the whispers grew, their voices morphing into desperate cries for release. Mark's jovial demeanor crumbled, replaced by a hollow emptiness etched into his features. Linda, once a beacon of strength, found herself teetering on the precipice of sanity. Their minds became battlegrounds for the horrors that lurked in the cabin's forgotten corners. Mark's grip on reality slipped further with each passing moment, his demeanor transforming into something unrecognizable. He muttered fragmented phrases, punctuated by incoherent ramblings. The weight of the cabin's history bore down upon him, a grotesque burden that threatened to consume him entirely. Linda, desperate to save her beloved from the encroaching madness, embarked on a quest to unearth the cabin's secrets. She dug through layers of dust and decay, tracing the haunting whispers to their origins. In a hidden compartment within the decaying floorboards, she discovered a journal filled with the scrawlings of a tormented soul. The pages told the tale of atrocious acts committed within the hollow's walls, unspeakable cruelties that demanded retribution. As Linda pieced together the horrors of the past, a newfound determination ignited within her. Armed with the knowledge of the cabin's dark secrets, she vowed to break free from its suffocating grip. Guided by the flickering flame of hope, she confronted the entity that resided within the walls. In a climactic battle against the forces unleashed by the cabin, Linda summoned the strength she never knew she possessed. Through sheer will, she shattered the fetters that bound her and Mark to this forsaken hollow. As the darkness receded, the forest began to reclaim its serenity, releasing a collective sigh of relief. However, the experience had left its scars, etched into their psyches forever. Linda and Mark emerged from the woods forever changed, their souls bearing the weight of countless nightmares. The cabin remained, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets of its past, forever luring in unsuspecting wanderers to face their deepest terrors. For Linda and Mark, the hollow would forever be etched in their nightmares, a reminder of the fragility of the human mind when faced with unimaginable horrors. Deep in the heart of a vast and ancient forest, a lone traveler ventured forth, his weary eyes desperately searching for any sign of shelter from the encroaching storm. The wind howled relentlessly, tearing through the trees like a haunting melody. With each step, the traveler descended further into the mysterious woods, his footsteps muffled by the lush undergrowth. The air grew thick and heavy, weighing upon his chest, filling his lungs with a suffocating dread. Unease settled like a shroud upon his trembling shoulders, as if the very essence of the forest itself conspired against him. Darkness settled upon the forest like a ravenous creature, devouring the last remnants of sunlight. The storm, once a distant rumble, now unleashed its fury upon the traveler, pelting him with raindrops that felt like shards of ice, mercilessly stinging his face. His mind screamed at him to turn back, to seek refuge in any other place, but his weary body pushed forward, seeking solace from the night. As he stumbled upon a dilapidated cabin, crumbling with age, a conflicted sense of relief washed over him. Though abandoned and eerie, it seemed to offer respite from the relentless elements. Hoping for a reprieve from the storm and his mounting fears, the traveler cautiously stepped inside, careful not to disturb the ancient floorboards beneath his worn-out boots. The cabin was devoid of life, save for a small fire, flickering dimly in the hearth. It offered little warmth or comfort against the frigid air that seeped through the cracks in the walls, but the traveler couldn't help but cherish its feeble glow. His body sagged with exhaustion as he sank into a rickety chair, desperately hoping that sleep would blanket him and offer respite from the uncanny terror that gripped his very soul. Silence settled heavily upon the cabin, broken only by the occasional crackle of firewood. Yet, in the stillness, a sense of foreboding lingered. Whispers danced on the edge of his consciousness, faint and formless, as if 1,000 condemned souls spoke in unison. He strained to comprehend their meaning, but the words remained elusive, slipping through his grasp like mist. As the night wore on, the whispers grew louder, sharper, piercing through his mind like venomous arrows. They spoke of an ancient evil, a malevolent force that had long slumbered amongst the trees. Panic engulfed him, his heart pounding in tune with the words that reverberated through the cabin. The walls seemed to close in, pressing against him, leaving him gasping for breath. In his desperation, the traveler attempted to flee, to escape the clutches of the deep wood. But the forest, sensing his intended departure, fought back with a vicious determination. His path twisted and turned, leading him in circles, leaving him disoriented and trapped within its malefic grasp. Time lost all meaning as the storm of torment raged both outside and within the traveler's shattered mind. Days blended into nights, and sanity crumbled like ancient ruins. The cabin, once a sanctuary, was transformed into a prison of dread and despair. In the depths of his despair, the traveler's will to survive flickered like a dying ember. Slowly, he succumbed to the alluring whispers, the promises of release from his torment. The forest, claiming its victory, absorbed him, body and soul. And so, the ancient woods stood silent once again, their secrets locked away in their timeless embrace. Whispers lingered, carried by the wind, hinting at the lurking dread that awaited the next unsuspecting soul who would brave the depths of the deep wood, their footsteps forever swallowed by the veiled darkness. End story. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows through the dense forest. Matthew Anderson, an acclaimed photographer with an insatiable thirst for capturing nature's ethereal beauty, stood at the edge of the woods, observing the mysterious allure that lay before him. There was something about the twilight hour that beckoned to him. It was as if the forest herself whispered secrets that only he could decipher. The play of light and shadow danced before his eyes, calling him to venture deeper into the embrace of the trees. And so, with his camera in hand, Matthew ventured forth, his heart filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. As the world outside slowly faded away, Matthew found himself enveloped by an otherworldly atmosphere. The forest seemed to breathe, its rhythm synchronizing with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Each step he took was carefully calculated, as though he treaded upon sacred ground. The whispers of the wind through the branches became eerie melodies, lulling Matthew into a trance. Every snap of his camera brought forth the ethereal beauty he sought, capturing the ghostly light and the haunting stillness. Yet, as he delved deeper, the beauty began to take on foreboding tone, and Matthew's obsession with immortalizing these moments grew. Hours turned into days, and Matthew lost himself within the arcane sanctuary of the woods. His mind became consumed by capturing the essence of the forest's secrets. Sleep became a luxury he could not afford, for fear of missing a single moment. But as his photographs grew darker, so too did his own spirit. Matthew started to see more than just the beauty. Shadows within shadows began to dance, distorted faces peering back at him through the lens. The trees themselves seemed to reach out and touch him, their gnarled branches scratching at his psyche. Whispers turned to murmurs, and suddenly Matthew found himself unable to distinguish between the real and the imagined. The trees now had a sinister purpose, their whispers claiming dominion over his very soul. But still, he continued to capture the increasingly macabre scenes that unfolded before him, unable to resist the pull of his own obsession. One fateful night, Matthew stumbled upon an old cabin nestled deep within the heart of the woods. Its weathered exterior seemed to echo the passage of time, telling tales of forgotten lives and twisted desires. And yet, there was a strange magnetism drawing him closer. His footsteps echoed through the silent forest as he approached the cabin's door. It creaked open with a bone-chilling groan, as though it had been awaiting his arrival. Inside, the air was heavy with the stench of decay, while the walls bore the marks of some unseen malevolence. As Matthew explored its decrepit rooms, he stumbled upon a hidden passage, revealing a descent into madness. The walls were adorned with photographs, each one showcasing the darkest desires and twisted nightmares. The subjects in the photographs seemed to come alive, their eyes following Matthew's every move. It was in that moment of revelation that reality shattered for Matthew. The forest had consumed him, body and soul, as he had consumed the darkness that lay within it. He was no longer an observer but a participant in a twisted ballet orchestrated by the trees. Overwhelmed by the horror he had uncovered, Matthew's sanity began to crumble like the cabin. He clutched his camera tightly, the only remnant of his former self. In a desperate attempt to break free from the wood's clutches, he raised his camera and snapped a final photograph. The flash illuminated the room, revealing a grotesque tableau. The trees, twisted and sinister, reached out with gnarled branches, ensnaring Matthew in their grasp. The sly smile on his face spoke of the bitter realization that he had become a part of the forest's macabre tapestry. And so, Matthew Anderson's obsession with capturing the ethereal beauty of the woods led him deeper into its embrace, until he became one with the darkness that whispered within. His photographs, forever frozen in time, serve as a haunting reminder of the psychological horror that lies within the depths of the deep wood. The wind whispered through the towering pines, carrying with it a sense of unease. Sarah and John, tired of the city's chaos and desperate for a fresh start, had chosen this secluded cabin in the woods as their new home. Nestled within the embrace of Mother Nature, they hoped to find solace and rejuvenation. Little did they know, the tranquil embrace of the forest held something far more sinister. As they settled into their new abode, a sense of serenity washed over them. The cabin, rustic and charming, seemed inviting, each creak of its wooden walls telling tales of generations past. The whispering pines reassured them that this was a place of peace, far away from the troubles that had plagued their lives. But the whispers grew louder, more insistent as the days passed. Sarah, normally brimming with positivity, found herself plagued by dark thoughts. She spent hours staring out the window, her mind filled with disturbing images, as if the forest itself were invading her very thoughts. John, too, noticed a change in himself. Once loving and patient, he became short-tempered and irritable, lashing out at the smallest of inconveniences. Unbeknownst to them, the forest had secrets of its own. Whispers carried on the wind, their seemingly innocent words burrowing deep into the minds of the unsuspecting family, slowly gnawing away at their sanity. The trees, acting as silent witnesses, reveled in the chaos they were sowing. One evening, Sarah woke from a restless sleep to the sound of a child's laughter echoing through the forest. Her heart raced as she followed the sound, her curiosity piqued. A little girl, pale and translucent, appeared before her. She reached out with ethereal fingers, beckoning Sarah to come closer. But as the girl drew nearer, her face twisted into a grotesque mask of horror, her laughter turning into a blood-curdling scream. Sarah jolted awake, her heart pounding in her chest. She found herself trembling, the image of the ghostly child etched into her mind. Her once rational thoughts were now overwhelmed by fear and paranoia. She yearned for solace, but the haunting whispers only grew more relentless. Meanwhile, John's mind had become a battlefield. The once strong and level-headed man now found himself in a perpetual state of turmoil. The forest's whispers urged him to question Sarah's loyalty, to doubt her every word. Seeds of suspicion were planted, and soon, the couple began to drift apart. As their relationship crumbled, so did their grasp on reality. Shadows danced in the corners of their vision, flickering in and out of existence. Unseen hands tugged at their sanity, leaving them on the precipice of madness. Each secret the forest whispered to them, each dark thought it sowed, only served to widen the rift between them. One stormy night, as lightning tore through the sky, Sarah and John confronted the monster that had invaded their lives. They ventured deep into the woods, guided by the twisted voices that had transformed them into pawns in a wretched game. In the heart of the forest, they discovered an ancient tree, its bark gnarled and weathered. Its branches reached out as if eager to consume them. With a newfound determination, they hacked and tore at the evil entity, desperate to rid themselves of the whispers that had plagued their minds. Blood mixed with rain as they fought against the very essence of their torment. Finally, their efforts bore fruit, as the tree groaned and splintered, collapsing to the forest floor. The whispers ceased as abruptly as they had begun, leaving only an eerie silence in their wake. Sarah and John, exhausted and battered, found solace in each other's arms. The darkness that had consumed them slowly dissipated, leaving behind a cautious hope for the future. As they returned to their cabin, they couldn't help but glance over their shoulders, wary of the dormant shadows lurking within the woods. The whispers may have been silenced, but the scars they had left behind were deep. No longer trusting the serenity of their surroundings, they knew they would always be on guard, forever haunted by the tales of the whispering pines. The air was thick with anticipation as the team of researchers found themselves standing at the entrance of the ancient grove. The towering trees loomed silently over them, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms, casting long, eerie shadows upon the forest floor. It was said that within these woods lay a malevolent force, waiting patiently for its next victims. Professor Samuel Adler, a renowned expert in ancient folklore, led the group. His graying beard and piercing eyes were evidence of a lifetime spent in pursuit of understanding the unexplained. Accompanying him were 4 graduate students, each filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. They had ventured deep into the woods, armed with their academic curiosity and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. As they stepped further into the grove, the atmosphere seemed to shift, as if the forest itself was alive and watching their every move. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. Unbeknownst to them, they had unlocked a gateway into a world ruled by fear and despair. Their first encounter with the malevolent force came that very night. As the darkness settled, their campsite was consumed by an otherworldly fog. Shadows danced and swirled around them, forming grotesque shapes that preyed upon their deepest fears. The collective screams pierced the stillness of the ancient grove. Days turned into weeks, and the researchers found themselves trapped in a waking nightmare. The malevolent force had taken root within their minds, exploiting their vulnerabilities and darkest secrets. Each moment was filled with terror as their fears materialized before their very eyes. Sarah, one of the graduate students, had always struggled with an irrational fear of the dark. Now, she found herself relentlessly pursued by shadowy figures, their skeletal fingers inching ever closer. No matter how fast she ran, the terror remained a step behind, taunting her with its ceaseless presence. Peter, a brilliant young scholar known for his unwavering skepticism, was haunted by the ghost of his deceased brother. The apparition would appear at the most unexpected times, whispering secrets only the two of them had shared. The line between reality and torment blurred, leaving Peter questioning his sanity. Elizabeth, a stoic and level-headed researcher, was plagued by a relentless feeling of suffocation. She would awake abruptly, gasping for breath as invisible hands tightened around her throat. Every night brought another battle for survival as the malevolent force sought to snuff out her life. Even Professor Adler, a man who had spent his life studying the inexplicable, was not immune to the grip of terror. Memories long buried resurfaced, tormenting him with the ghosts of his past. The malevolent force preyed upon his guilt, weaving a web of remorse that threatened to consume him entirely. Day by day, the researchers became shadows of their former selves. Their once inquisitive minds were now consumed by an unrelenting desperation to escape the horrors that plagued them. They had come seeking knowledge, naively thinking they could conquer the unexplained. Little did they know, they had unleashed a nightmare that would forever change them. Then, on a fateful night, as hope seemed all but lost, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness. A hushed whisper reached Sarah, urging her to face her fear head-on. Summoning all her courage, she turned to face the shadowy figures that had plagued her. With a newfound strength, she banished them back into the depths of the grove, their menacing presence dissipating into the night. Inspired by Sarah's triumph, the others realized that their only hope lay in confronting the malevolent force that had trapped them within their own nightmares. United in their determination, they set out to unravel the secrets of the ancient grove. Each fear they faced strengthened their resolve and weakened the malevolent force's hold over them. Finally, after months of torment, the researchers emerged from the grove victorious. The malevolent force had been cast back into the depths of the woods, its power diminished by their unwavering resilience. As they looked back at the grove, now bathed in sunlight, a sense of triumph washed over them. They had stared into the abyss of their fears and emerged stronger. Their experience would forever serve as a reminder of the darkness that exists within the human psyche and the strength that lies within to conquer it. The Shadowed Grove became a cautionary tale, whispered among scholars and thrill-seekers alike. The malevolent force that lay dormant within the ancient trees serves as a reminder of the power of the human mind and the fragile line between curiosity and obsession. And so, the tale of the Deepwood Horror would echo through the halls of academia, a chilling reminder of the perils that await those who delve too deep into the realms of darkness and the macabre. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast forest, there stood a thicket. It was an enigmatic place, shrouded in whispers and forgotten tales. Legends spoke of its bewitching allure and warned of the horrors that lurked within. The townsfolk spoke of the thicket in hushed tones, for it was forbidden, a place where darkness and nightmares intertwined. In this sleepy town, there lived a young girl named Lily. In her innocent wanderings, she became captivated by the forbidden whispers that danced through the wind. The tales of the enchanted thicket called to her with an irresistible pull. Though warned by her parents and elders to stay away, Lily's curiosity grew with each passing day. One day, her yearning to uncover the secrets of the thicket became insatiable. Unable to resist any longer, she embarked on a clandestine adventure into the depths of the woods. As she stepped foot into the forbidden territory, a sense of foreboding washed over her, but she pressed on, her heart pounding with excitement. A hush fell over the forest as Lily pushed aside branches and tangled undergrowth. The air grew thick with anticipation, and shadows danced around her, whispering secrets she could not decipher. It felt as though the very essence of the forest was testing her resolve. Finally, as if guided by an unseen hand, Lily stumbled upon a clearing. In its center stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Within the tree's embrace, a presence shimmered like moonlight on a still lake. It beckoned her forward, its ethereal beauty captivating her soul. Drawing closer, Lily could hear soft, melodic whispers that seeped into her very being. The presence promised to grant her heart's desires, to bestow upon her the life she had always yearned for. All she had to do was make a pact, surrendering something precious in return. Innocent and unaware of the treacherous bargain she was about to strike, Lily hesitated. Her heart ached for a life filled with adventure, love, and all that her young mind could fathom. With desperation simmering within, she agreed, oblivious to the terrible cost that would soon haunt her forever. The moment the pact was sealed, the forest trembled, and the enchantment surrounding Lily shattered like fragile glass. Shadows twisted and writhed around her, their touch icy and malicious. The peaceful clearing transformed into a nightmarish realm, as if the very core of the forest had bared its teeth. Lily's heart sank, and panic gripped her as the presence she had once found so alluring revealed its true nature. Within its depths lurked a darkness that fed on her deepest fears and insecurities, suffocating her every sense of joy and innocence. The world she had longed for turned to ash beneath her feet. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but for Lily, time had become a meaningless construct. The forest held her captive, whispering poison into her mind and driving her to the brink of madness. Shadows followed her wherever she went, tormenting her with haunting visions and cruel illusions. The townsfolk, oblivious to Lily's plight, mourned her disappearance. They searched the forest tirelessly, unaware of the true horror that had befallen their young companion. Lily, once a beacon of light, had become a mere specter, trapped in a nightmare of her own making. In her darkest moments, Lily longed for freedom, to escape the clutches of the forest and the nightmarish presence that had seduced her with false promises. But redemption seemed impossible, a distant and unattainable dream. And so, the thicket claimed yet another victim, its insidious nature devouring Lily's innocence and leaving behind only a hollow shell. The enchanted thicket, forever cursed and forever haunting, would continue to lure in unsuspecting souls, ensuring their descent into the depths of despair. And so it goes, in the depths of the woods, the whispers persist. Beware the enchanted thicket, for it offers the heart's desires, but at a terrible cost, forever etching a mark of torment upon the innocent who dare to wander within. Alice Green, renowned psychic medium, had embarked on countless investigations throughout her career. However, nothing could have prepared her for the enigmatic nature of the haunted forest known as Deep Wood. It stood as a dark and foreboding presence on the outskirts of a small, secluded town. Drawn by the whispers of lost souls, Alice ventured into Deep Wood with trepidation. The towering trees seemed to possess a mystical energy, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, as if beckoning her to delve deeper into its heart. The dense undergrowth threatened to ensnare her, but she pressed on, her resolve unyielding. The atmosphere within Deep Wood was heavy with an otherworldly presence. The air was filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves and the distant hooting of owls. Alice's heart raced as she found herself caught in the grips of an unseen force, drawing her further into the labyrinthine forest. Whispers echoed all around her, haunting and seductive. They seemed to come from every direction, their voices deep and mournful. Lost souls begged for redemption, revealing their darkest secrets and unraveling the very fabric of Alice's mind. She was unable to escape their relentless cries, which echoed in her ears day and night. As the days turned into nights, Alice's sanity began to wane. Her sleep was plagued by nightmares, visions of tortured spirits and terrifying apparitions. Shadows danced on the periphery of her vision, their presence suffocating her with an ever-growing sense of dread. Deepwood had become a prison, a place where her worst fears manifested into a horrifying reality. Haunted by these tragic souls, Alice discovered fragments of their stories. A young girl, lured into the forest never to return, whispered about her cold-blooded murderer. A tortured mother mourned the loss of her children to a tragic accident, her soul forever bound to Deep Wood. And a tormented artist, driven to madness by his failed masterpiece, sought solace in the depths of the forest. The boundary between the living and the dead blurred for Alice, her own existence consumed by the desperate spirits she encountered within Deep Wood. Time seemed irrelevant as her perception of reality twisted with every step. She was powerless against the malevolent forces that clawed at her mind, their whispers a constant reminder of her faltering grip on sanity. Days turned into weeks, and Alice's cries for help remained unheard. The townsfolk were oblivious to her torment, believing her journey into Deep Wood nothing but a figment of her imagination. It was a solitary battle against an unimaginable force, her mind teetering on the edge of the abyss. Eventually, Alice stumbled upon a desolate clearing deep within the heart of Deep Wood. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, as if possessed by an otherworldly power. The whispers grew louder, the lost souls clinging to its boughs, their voices converging into a cacophony of sorrow and anguish. With a surge of determination, Alice stretched out her hand, her fingertips grazing the rough bark of the ancient tree. In that moment, time stood still. She connected with the spirits, understanding their pain as if it were her own. Their whispers no longer held her captive, instead, they became a symphony of closure and redemption. As the dark secrets of Deep Wood were unveiled, the lost souls found release, their whispers fading into the depths of the forest. Alice, exhausted but triumphant, emerged from the haunted woods transformed. She had faced her own fears, confronted the demons that lurked within her own psyche. The psychic medium vowed never to forget the haunting ordeal she experienced within Deep Wood. Its shadows forever etched in her memory as a reminder of the fragile line between the realms of the living and the dead. And though the traumatic journey had left its scars, Alice's resolve to help those lost souls find peace grew stronger as she embarked on her next investigation, ready to face whatever horrors awaited her. The dense forest stretched far and wide, its ancient trees entangled in a web of shadows. It was whispered that the Deep Wood held a darkness unlike any other, a malevolence that permeated the very air surrounding it. Few dared to venture into its depths, for those who did were said to suffer a fate worse than death. A team of paranormal investigators, renowned for their fearlessness and expertise, set their sights on uncovering the secrets that lay hidden within the cursed forest. Led by Dr. Jonathan Mitchell, a seasoned researcher in the field of the supernatural, they embarked on a treacherous journey into the heart of darkness. As they entered the deep wood, an eerie hush fell upon the group. The leaves rustled in the wind, creating an unsettling chorus of whispers that seemed to taunt their presence. Dr. Mitchell, undeterred, pressed forward, his determination fueling the team's resolve. Days turned into nights as they delved deeper into the forest's clutches. Strange phenomena began to occur. Objects shifted inexplicably, shadows danced in the corners of their vision, and an overwhelming feeling of unease settled upon them like a shroud. The deep woods seemed to harbor a malevolent force, echoing with the remnants of ancient rituals and tormented souls. Their campsite was a meager respite, a fragile haven from the horrors that lurked beyond its boundaries. Each night, as darkness descended upon them, the forest grew louder with whispers and unseen terrors. Sleep became an elusive luxury, as nightmares plagued their minds and twisted their reality. Dr. Mitchell, always the pragmatic skeptic, found himself questioning his own sanity. The boundaries between his conscious thoughts and the manifestations of the forest began to blur. The line between the rational and the supernatural vanished, leaving him adrift in a sea of paranoia. The team, too, was slowly unraveling under the weight of the deep wood's sinister presence. Evelyn, the group's empathetic investigator, had become withdrawn, her once radiant spirit now consumed by a deep melancholy. Thomas, their tech expert, was tormented by an incessant whispering in his ears that grew louder with each passing day. One fateful night, a storm of unprecedented fury engulfed the forest. Thunder boomed and lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the ancient trees and casting eerie shadows all around. Dr. Mitchell knew this was their chance. The darkness concealed by the storm may allow them to uncover the mysteries that held them captive. With a newfound determination, the team journeyed further into the forest. The wind howled, drowning out the sounds of their heavy footsteps. As they made their way through the gnarled trees, they stumbled upon a clearing, faintly lit by a haunting, ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, adorned with symbols long forgotten. Dr. Mitchell's heart raced with anticipation, knowing that this was the epicenter of the malevolence that plagued them. He could feel its oppressive weight, threatening to crush their very souls. As the team approached the altar, a bone-chilling silence fell upon them. Words of an ancient ritual were etched into the stone, beckoning them to partake in its macabre dance. Hesitation hung heavy in the air, yet the desperate desire for answers compelled them forward. In an act of both bravery and madness, they began to recite the forbidden incantation. The whispers in the wind grew louder, snaking through the recesses of their minds, coaxing them deeper into the abyss. The veil of darkness thickened, suffocating their senses, and the forest itself seemed to awaken in response. The ancient trees converged upon them, their gnarled branches morphing into grotesque appendages that ensnared the team. The malevolent entities, long trapped within the sanctuary of the deep wood, emerged with a vengeful fury. Each member of the group was confronted by their deepest fears, their darkest secrets laid bare before the merciless specters. Sanity teetered on the precipice, threatening to plunge them into eternal darkness. Dr. Mitchell, in a last-ditch attempt to save himself and his team, pleaded for release from their torment. With a deafening screech, the supernatural forces receded, retreating back into the shadows of the deep wood. The curse had been broken, but the scars remained etched upon the investigators' souls. As they emerged from the forest, battered and broken, they vowed never to speak of what transpired within the obsidian veil. The deep wood would forever haunt their dreams, a reminder of humanity's capacity for darkness. And deep within their hearts, they knew that some secrets were better left undisturbed, forever lost in the depths of an ancient forest where malevolent entities sought to claim their souls for eternity. The dense woods stood still under the muted light of early morning. A crisp breeze carried with it a sense of anticipation, as if nature itself held its breath. The small town nestled on the edge of the woods buzzed with excitement, for today marked the arrival of a celestial marvel, the solar eclipse. As the sun began its slow descent behind the moon, a peculiar darkness shrouded the countryside. It was not the usual cloak of twilight, but an eerie obscurity that seemed to have a life of its own. The townsfolk marveled at the spectacle, their eyes fixated on the celestial dance above. However, little did they know that this temporary blight held a much darker secret. Unbeknownst to all, the eclipse awakened ancient forces that had long lain dormant beneath the forest's dense canopy. As the moon cast its sinister shadow upon the land, the woods stirred with an unseen energy, breathing life into malevolent whispers that slithered through the trees. These whispers promised a fate worse than death to those who dared to venture down the shadowed trails. Intrigued by the ethereal ambience, a group of thrill-seekers decided to explore the woods. Led by Jeff, a charismatic young man with a penchant for danger, they sought an adrenaline rush unlike any other, ignorant of the danger that lurked ahead. The group ventured forth, their footsteps muffled by the eerie silence. As they delved deeper into the woods, the whispers that had accompanied the eclipse grew louder, enveloping them like a sinister symphony. The once familiar trails now twisted and turned, leading them further into the heart of darkness. A sense of unease settled upon them, their nerves tingling with an inexplicable dread. Tension hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. A rustling in the undergrowth startled them all, their hearts pounding in their chests. Turning around, they were met with nothing but darkness, the absent glimmer of sunlight seeping through the thick foliage. Try as they might, they could not retrace their steps. The twisted paths seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, taunting the group. Panic clawed at their minds, each person fighting to maintain their composure. But the darkness pressed down upon them, its weight growing unbearable. Paranoia cast its deceptive web, eroding their trust in one another. It became evident that this was no ordinary excursion. Visions distorted in the shadows, making it difficult to decipher friend from foe. Thoughts writhed like tortured serpents, clouded by a fear-fueled haze. As their sanity hung by a thread, they turned against each other, paranoia and terror igniting their worst instincts. What had started as an adventure had turned into a nightmare. Their screams went unheard, swallowed by the abyss that enveloped them. In the heart of the woods, the ancient forces reveled in their newfound prey. They fed on fear, thriving on the psychological turmoil that permeated the group. Each one succumbed to their own personal demons, trapped within their darkest fears and regrets. One by one, they fell victim to the malevolent whispers that had lured them there. Shadows danced with wicked glee as the eclipse reached its climax, their forms shifting and elongating with every passing minute. The once vibrant group was reduced to a mere memory, silently swallowed by the abyss. It wasn't until the eclipse relinquished its grip on the sun that the darkness receded. Sunlight cascaded through the foliage, as if banishing the presence of evil. The small town resumed its cheery rhythm, oblivious to the horrors that had transpired in its neighboring woods. Yet, the twisted paths remained, etched with the echoes of a nightmarish ordeal. The ancient forces retreated once more, slumbering beneath the trees until the next eclipse would call upon them again. And so, the tale of the eclipse path nestled within the town's folklore, a chilling reminder of the price one must pay when venturing into the darkness. As time passed, the whispers of the ancient forces faded, but the scarred souls of those who had witnessed the horror would forever carry the weight of their psychological thriller in the deep woods. The dense growth stood like a fortress, enclosing its secrets within the embrace of its ancient trees. It was a place few dared to venture, hidden away far from prying eyes. But on this fateful day, fate had a different plan. The lone survivor, Lydia Harding, stumbled through the undergrowth, her body battered and bruised, a testament to the horrors she had endured. The plane crash had been catastrophic, tearing apart the metal bird that had carried them. As the echoes of the crash faded into the distance, the grove fell silent, save for a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. But soon, Lydia realized that the murmurs of the wind weren't the only sounds that now filled the air. Faint whispers, so subtle that they could be mistaken for the rustling of branches, began to creep into her consciousness. At first, she dismissed them as tricks of her weary mind, a consequence of the trauma she had experienced. But as the whispers persisted, she couldn't ignore the haunting familiarity of the voices. They were whispers of her own darkest secrets and deepest fears, swirling around her like ghostly tendrils. With each step deeper into the grove, the voices grew louder, and Lydia's heart pounded in her chest. She couldn't escape the feeling that the grove knew her better than anyone ever had. The trees whispered of her childhood traumas, the misdeeds she had buried deep within her soul, and the guilt that had consumed her. The darkness of the grove seemed to amplify the weight of her secrets, as if the very shadows conspired against her. The gnarled branches reached out like skeletal fingers, brushing against her skin with a cold and lingering touch. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, threatening to swallow her whole. Lydia fought to maintain her sanity, clinging to the last remnants of her courage. But the grove had other plans. It became a twisted labyrinth, leading her deeper into its heart, trapping her within its labyrinthine maze. Each step she took, the whispers grew louder, tormenting her with every word spoken. She heard the voice of her mother, long forgotten but now resurfacing with eerie clarity. She heard her father's accusations, the anger and disappointment that had driven him away. The voices of her former lovers filled her ears, revealing the secrets they had sworn to keep. The grove toyed with her mind, dredging up memories she thought she had buried forever. It exposed the parts of her she had tried so desperately to hide. The whispers left her raw, vulnerable, and questioning her very existence. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, as Lydia descended into madness. The once vibrant grove, filled with lush greenery, transformed into a nightmarish realm where the trees seemed to contort and taunt her. Their branches transformed into twisted figures, their leaves morphing into sinister faces, watching her every move. Her body weakened, her spirit shattered. Lydia realized that escape was impossible. The grove had become her prison, and she was condemned to relive her darkest moments over and over again. Stripped of hope, she surrendered to the torment, embracing the echoes of her own sins. And then, one day, in the hazy lucidity between wakefulness and slumber, a thought crystallized in Lydia's mind. The grove had become an embodiment of her fears, a manifestation of her guilt. But in facing them head-on, she had become untethered from their power. With newfound determination, Lydia rose from the depths of despair. She no longer trembled at the whispers that haunted her soul. Instead, she embraced them as a testament to her strength. The grove, once a suffocating prison, was now her stage to confront her demons. She walked through the oppressive silence of the grove, her footsteps reverberating with a newfound purpose. The whispers no longer evoked fear, but rather resilience. She sang her darkest secrets to the trees, letting the echoes of her voice intertwine with their murmurs. The grove became a cathedral of catharsis. As Lydia emerged from the dense foliage, her body battered and her mind forever scarred, she bore witness to the first rays of sunlight that filtered through the trees. The grove had tested her resolve, but she had emerged stronger, victorious in her battle against her own personal demons. And as those haunting whispers faded into the distance, Lydia knew that she had conquered not only the horrors of the grove, but the depths of her own soul. From that day forward, she would carry the weight of her secrets with her, humbled yet unbroken, knowing that in the darkest places, whispers could become echoes of redemption. Martin Carver, a renowned geologist, found himself inexplicably drawn to the foreboding woods that surrounded his quaint little town. The whispers of local legends entwined with his relentless curiosity, propelling him towards an enigmatic hollow hidden within the depths of those ancient trees. He had heard of the peculiar phenomena that plagued the area, tales of bizarre occurrences and unexplained disappearances. As a man of science, he dismissed the superstitious murmurs, attributing them to an overactive collective imagination. Until, that is, his scientific instincts demanded exploration of this tangled mystery. Guided only by a flickering flashlight, Martin ventured into the heart of the dense forest, the canopy above casting twisted, haunting shadows. The air grew oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was tainted by impending doom. Yet, his ceaseless determination propelled him forward. A chilling breeze swept through the thicket, rustling leaves and unsettling his senses. Strange noises echoed all around him, defying nature's rhythm. He dismissed it as the product of mere imagination, his heart pounding in his chest as he pressed on. Finally, after what felt like hours of stumbling through the undergrowth, Martin beheld a small clearing bathed in eerie moonlight. It was a hollow, concealed by nature from the prying eyes of those who were never meant to bear witness. It beckoned him with an almost seductive pull, the leaves seeming to whisper his name. Martin cautiously descended into the hollow, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. It was there, amidst those chilling shadows, that he felt it. A presence, almost tangible, that seemed to lie just beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. Reality itself seemed to bend to its will, as if the very fabric of time strained under its power. He carefully documented the strange phenomena that greeted him, the sporadic flickering of his flashlight, the whispers that echoed through the hollow, and the sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. These occurrences defied the laws of his scientific understanding, leaving him both exhilarated and unnerved. As the days turned to weeks, Martin's obsession with the enigma grew. It consumed his every thought, pushing him further into the depths of his own unraveling mind. Every night, he would return to the hollow, hoping to unlock its secrets. But each visit left him more disoriented, more haunted than the last. The whispers became louder, their words seeping into the crevices of his mind. Nightmares plagued his sleep, vivid visions of a world where logic and reason ceased to exist. Monsters inhabited his dreams, their grotesque forms tormenting him relentlessly. Desperate to escape his torment, Martin delved deeper into the legends surrounding the hollow. Whispers in the town's archives spoke of an ancient force, a malignant being that thirsted for power and control. It was believed that the hollow was a gateway to another realm, a place where even the strongest minds would crumble under its influence. Martin, however, possessed a resilience honed by years of scientific pursuit. He refused to succumb to the increasingly malevolent presence within that cursed hollow. Armed with knowledge and determination, he delved into ancient tomes and obscure texts, searching for a way to sever the connection between his reality and the otherworldly force. Days turned into nights as he tirelessly pursued answers. His frame grew gaunt, eyes sunken from sleepless nights and an insatiable thirst for answers. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared amidst the darkness, a ritual, a series of incantations that promised to banish the unearthly presence. With trembling hands, Martin performed the ritual at the heart of the hollow. The air grew heavy, charged with a palpable energy as the lines between reality and nightmare blurred. His vision swam, reality distorting with each word he uttered. And then, silence descended upon the hollow. As the enigmatic force evaporated into thin air, Martin Carver collapsed onto the forest floor, exhausted but triumphant. He had defied the inexorable pull of darkness, unraveled the sinister secret of the hollow. But as he lay there, the whispers returned, growing louder and more insidious. Reality itself had become his enemy. For within that hollow, he had not banished a supernatural force. No, he had unleashed something far more horrifying, an inevitable descent into his own fractured mind, where time and reality twisted according to his own distorted will. The geologist had become the architect and the victim of his own terrifying truth. Deep in the heart of a dense woodland, where sunlight struggled to penetrate the tangled canopy, a solitary botanist named Dr. Olivia Brooks embarked on a study of rare flora. Armed with her meticulous notes and delicate instruments, she ventured into the shadows, unaware of the harrowing journey that awaited her. Dr. Brooks had always been drawn to the mysteries of nature, the hidden secrets that whispered amidst the leaves and roots. Deep within the woods, there was said to be a patch of flora that defied explanation, the whispering thorns. Legend had it that these thorns possessed an extraordinary ability to communicate with each other and whispered the dark secrets of the forest's past to anyone who dared to listen. Driven by scientific curiosity and an insatiable thirst for discovery, Dr. Brooks' footsteps grew increasingly cautious as she stepped further into the heart of the woods. The air was thick with an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as though the very foliage she studied was conspiring against her. Finally, after hours of traversing through the wilderness, Dr. Brooks stumbled upon a patch of vegetation unlike anything she had ever encountered. Tall, spindly thorn-covered plants stood defiantly, their grotesque, hooked tendrils almost seeming to beckon her forward. Unnerved yet undeterred, she leaned closer, mesmerized by their sheer presence. It began subtly at first, a gentle rustling of leaves that could scarcely be distinguished from the whispering wind. But as Dr. Brooks strained her ears, she could make out distinct words forming, like haunting echoes amidst the somber silence of the woods. The thorns, it seemed, were alive and possessed an eerie sentience. At first, the whispers were enchanting, divulging the secrets of the forest's past. Tales of ancient battles fought amongst towering trees, spirits sworn to protect the woodland, and a darkness that hung heavy in the air. Dr. Brooks found herself unable to resist, falling under their spell like an unwitting victim of a twisted enchantment. Days turned into nights, and nights bled into days, all the while the whispering thorns held her captive. Driven to the brink of madness by the haunting secrets they confided, her obsession grew insatiable. She began neglecting her research, abandoning her once meticulous methods in favor of uncovering the darkest recesses of the forest's history. The woodland had become her prison, and the whispering thorns her jailers. Their whispers now distorted, their secrets twisted and grotesque. They whispered of tortured souls bound to the ancient trees, of unspeakable rituals that stained the earth, and of an unholy presence that lurked within the shadows, ready to consume any hapless victim. Dr. Brooks' once rational mind began to unravel, her thoughts spiraling into a web of confusion and horror. What had started as an innocent scientific endeavor had consumed her completely, draining her of her sanity and trapping her within the darkest corners of her own mind. As the whispers grew louder, more insistent, Dr. Brooks found solace only in the depths of despair. She became their vessel, their conduit into the realm of madness. And with each unraveling thread of her sanity, the forest reveled in its newfound power over her. It was on a moonless night, when the secrets whispered by the thorns grew unbearable, that Dr. Brooks made her final descent into madness. Guided by their eerie voices, she ventured further into the heart of the forest, her steps weighted by the burden of her shattered psyche. No one knows what became of Dr. Olivia Brooks. Her tale, shrouded in mystery and whispered by the few who dared to venture into the forest's depths, became nothing more than a haunting legend. The whispering thorns continue their haunted existence, their dark secrets echoing through the woodland, ensnaring anyone who dares to listen. And so, the woods remain a place of darkness, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lie hidden within the natural world. The whispering thorns stand as a testament to the fragility of the human mind, a chilling reminder that curiosity can lead to madness, and knowledge can be a gateway to despair. End story. Deep in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a cluster of berries unlike any other. Their hue was an unsettling shade of deep purple, seemingly pulsating with an otherworldly energy. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting hikers who stumbled upon them, these berries possessed a power that would forever alter their reality. A group of 5 trekkers, led by the curious and adventurous Emily, had set out that fateful morning to explore the untouched depths of the woods. They reveled in the tranquility of nature, relishing in the crisp air and the symphony of birdsong that enveloped them. Little did they know, their journey would soon take a sinister turn. As the hikers continued along their path, their curiosity overcame caution when they stumbled upon a hidden thicket overrun with these peculiar berries. The berries seemed to emanate a fragrant aroma, luring the group closer, captivated by their eerie beauty. Emily, always one to embrace the unknown, plucked a few berries and offered them to her companions. Reluctantly, the group indulged in the forbidden fruit. The moment the berries touched their tongues, a rush of euphoria coursed through their veins. However, this blissful sensation would soon be overshadowed by the terrifying descent into a shared nightmare. That night, as darkness cloaked the forest, the hikers settled into their campsite. Unbeknownst to them, the effects of the berries began to manifest. Their nightmares fused with reality, blurring the boundaries of their consciousness. Panic seized their hearts as the forest played tricks on their minds. Emily awoke to find herself trapped in an impenetrable thicket, her limbs entangled within gnarled branches that seemed to breathe and writhe. The sweet fragrance of the berries turned acrid, suffocating her senses. She screamed for her companions, fighting against the suffocating grip of the grotesque foliage. Josh, once a pillar of strength, had transformed into a helpless child lost in the darkness. He wandered aimlessly through the dense foliage, his terrified cries echoing through the trees. Shadows danced before his eyes, twisting into grotesque figures that taunted him mercilessly. Each step left him deeper within the labyrinthine maze of his delusions. Alice, usually the rational voice in the group, found herself paralyzed by a nightmarish phantasmagoria. The forest transformed into a twisted funhouse, its distorted mirrors reflecting twisted versions of her own face. The laughter of unseen specters echoed through her mind, driving her to the brink of madness. As the nights passed, their terrors only grew more intense, and their grip on reality weakened further. Time had no meaning as the days merged into an unending nightmare. The line between their dreams and their waking moments blurred, leaving them in a perpetual state of paranoia. Desperation quickly settled among the group as they realized their minds were being consumed by the forest's dark influence. They knew their only hope lay in freeing themselves from the grasp of the berries. With their strength waning, they resolved to find the source of the berries and destroy them. Through fear and agony, they pressed on, guided only by a flickering glimmer of hope amidst the relentless torment. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they stumbled upon a hidden grove where the berries bloomed in abundance. The forest seemed to pulse with malevolence, aware of their intentions. The air was heavy with an unyielding sense of foreboding, yet the group knew that surrender was not an option. Summoning the last vestiges of their strength, they gathered the berries, and with trembling hands, ignited a makeshift bonfire. As the berries smoldered, the horrors that had plagued them began to dissipate, leaving nothing but numbing exhaustion behind. Emaciated, broken, and scarred, the hikers emerged from the forest, forever changed by their ordeal. The nightmare berries were destroyed, their malevolence vanquished. Yet, the scars etched into their minds would forever remind them of the darkness that threatened to consume them. As news of their harrowing tale spread, others would be warned against the dangers lurking within the forest. The deep woods had revealed its true nature, a place where dreams bleed into nightmares and reality trembles on the precipice of terror. And the legends of nightmare berries would be etched in the collective memory of all those who dared to venture beyond the known. As the pale moon hung low in the night sky, casting an eerie glow upon the mysterious forest, a group of 5 explorers ventured into the depths of the woods, their hearts filled with excitement and curiosity. Led by the fearless Dr. Alexander Grant, they sought to uncover the secrets concealed within the ancient trees. Their journey through the dense foliage was relentless, the tendrils of branches snagging at their clothing as if warning them to turn back. But determination fueled their every step. It was a fabled cave system that beckoned them, hidden within the heart of the forest and dormant for centuries. Finally, after hours of arduous trekking, they stumbled upon the entrance to the Whispering Cave. Forged by nature's hand and shrouded in darkness, the mouth of the cave seemed to breathe a peculiar and ominous silence that sent shivers down their spines. With handheld lanterns illuminating their path, the explorers delved deeper into the cavernous abyss. The very air within whispered secrets and ancient lore, seeping into their minds, insidiously influencing their thoughts. It was as though the cave spoke to them, seducing them with enticing promises and haunting memories. The whispers grew louder as they ventured further, reverberating through the ethereal chambers. Their whispers evoked the tragedies of time, the echoes of lost souls trapped within the depths of the cave, forever etched in pain and torment. Yet, the explorers remained captivated, drawn to the unspoken horrors that unfolded before them. Dr. Grant, his mind plagued by the whispers, stumbled upon a collection of skeletal remains. The bones were gnarled and twisted, a ghastly testament to the dreadful fate that had befallen those who had entered before them. Though fear gripped his heart, curiosity compelled him to continue, to understand the origins of such malevolence. The whispers, becoming a cacophony of despair, revealed the grim history of the cave. Centuries ago, it had served as the lair of a deranged hermit who had succumbed to madness and ultimately turned upon his own family, enacting unspeakable horrors within the sacred walls. The very walls that now served as a haunting reminder of the atrocities committed, forever trapping the souls that were lost. One by one, the explorers began to succumb to the weight of darkness encroaching upon their minds. Their thoughts became clouded, their actions guided by invisible hands. The cave consumed them, feeding off their fears and weaknesses, entwining their souls with the lost spirits that whispered incessantly. Charlotte, the youngest of the group, was the first to be consumed by the horrors that lurked within. Once full of life and laughter, her vibrant spirit withered away as she descended into madness. Her once gleaming eyes turned dull, her voice replaced with eerie whispers that mirrored those of the cave. Her transformation served as a stark warning to the dwindling group, a testament to the malevolence that awaited them. As the explorers clung to the remnants of their sanity, they could no longer decipher between nightmare and reality. The boundaries blurred, and the whispers became a constant companion, urging them deeper into the web of darkness. Dr. Grant, his mind barely clinging to reason, made a desperate attempt to unearth the truth, to vanquish the ancient evil that echoed within the cave. With a flicker of determination, he scoured the walls, searching for a sliver of hope amidst the cryptic fragments of the past. Within a hidden recess, his trembling hand brushed upon a long-forgotten relic, an ancient talisman known to possess the power to banish malevolent spirits. The whispers fought against his efforts, intensified by the sinister forces threatened by his discovery. But with every ounce of strength, he clung to the talisman, embracing the light it brought forth. The malevolent spirits, sensing their impending banishment, turned their fury upon the remaining explorers. In a final act of defiance, Dr. Grant unleashed the power of the talisman, casting forth a brilliant surge of energy that ignited the cave, purifying the darkness and silencing the whispers. As dawn broke and the forest came alive with the soft sounds of awakening, the remaining explorers emerged from the depths of the woods, their minds stained with the remnants of the cave's influence. With haunted eyes, they vowed to never venture back into that accursed place. The Whispering Cave had etched its mark upon their souls, leaving a chilling reminder of the unspeakable horrors that had befallen them. And so, the Whispering Cave, forever nestled in the heart of the deep wood, slumbered once more, its dark secrets and tragic history fading into whispers, forever etched in the minds of those who dared to enter its unforgiving grip. Once upon a time, in a small, remote town, nestled amidst the shadowy depths of an ancient forest, there lived a hiker named Emily. She was an adventurer at heart, always seeking the thrill of the unknown and the allure of nature's mysteries. One fateful day, as she set out on a new expedition, her eyes locked onto an old compass half buried beneath a bed of decaying leaves. Little did she know that this seemingly innocuous discovery would unveil a twisted tale of terror and psychological torment. Unfazed by the compass's worn appearance, Emily picked it up and marveled at its intricate design. The needle spun lazily, as if it had been waiting for her touch. Intrigued, she decided to rely on the ancient device to guide her through the dense labyrinth of the forest. Little did she know that the compass possessed a malevolence far beyond her comprehension. As Emily ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, an eerie fog descended, obscuring her surroundings. The once familiar paths twisted and morphed before her eyes. Every step she took seemed to deepen the sense of isolation that enveloped her like a suffocating shroud. Reality was unraveling. Days turned into nights, and Emily no longer trusted the sun's position in the sky. It mocked her, sinking lower and lower each day, ensuring perpetual twilight. The compass, ever faithful, pointed her further into the darkness. She followed its enchanting call, unable to resist. The forest's inhabitants grew increasingly strange as Emily journeyed deeper. Twisted shadows danced between the gnarled trees, whispering secrets she would never unravel. Whispers turned into anguished cries, echoing through the hollow emptiness of her mind. The compulsion to discover the truth pushed her forward, against her own instincts. The air grew heavy, saturating Emily's lungs with a damp, suffocating embrace. Her heart raced with each passing moment, her mind teetering on the edge of madness. The compass became her only solace, a lifeline in the face of her impending descent into the abyss. Reality warped and twisted as the cursed compass guided her towards the heart of the forest. Odd figures materialized in the fog, their eyes gleaming with insanity. They lurked in the corners of her vision, taunting her with their ethereal presence. They were the guardians of the forest, shackled to a world they could never escape. Emily's body ached, tormented by exhaustion and fear. Her mind danced between certainty and delusion, teetering on the precipice of insanity. The compass's needle spun with increasing fervor, its malicious intent exposed. It reveled in her torment, torturing her as it pulled her ever closer to the darkness. Reality, at last, shattered into a million jagged shards. Time lost all meaning, and Emily found herself adrift in a kaleidoscope of distorted images and fragmented thoughts. She clung desperately to the last vestiges of sanity, knowing that once she let go, there would be no return. In the depths of the twisted forest, Emily finally reached her intended destination. The compass, its purpose fulfilled, fell silent. Yet, the forest's malevolence remained. The ancient trees groaned in agony, their voices laced with sorrow and torment. Emily stood at the threshold of the abyss, her mind unhinged. As the last flicker of comprehension dissolved, Emily realized the horrifying truth. The cursed compass had not led her here by chance, it had drawn her into a realm beyond reality, where the nightmares hiding beneath the surface thrived. The forest had claimed her, body and soul. And so, in the heart of the twisted woods, Emily's voice joined the chorus of the lost. Forever confined to the realm of her shattered mind, she became one with the infinite darkness. The cursed compass continued its relentless dance, awaiting its next victim, as the forest claimed another tortured soul. The dense fog draped the forest like a shroud, a sinister mist creeping through the towering trees. It was the kind of fog that whispered secrets, that defied reason and logic. The hikers who had ventured into the woods that day would soon learn the true nature of the forest, a place where reality blurred and nightmares became tangible. As the fog thickened, the hikers found themselves trapped within a disorienting labyrinth of eerie reflections. The once familiar landscape now twisted and distorted, mirroring their own fears and insecurities. A sense of foreboding settled upon them, a gnawing unease that whispered of things lurking just beyond reach. Sarah, a young woman with haunted eyes, was the first to succumb. The fog whispered to her, conjuring the memories of a traumatic past. She saw herself, a scared little girl, trapped in an endless loop of despair and loneliness. The reflections mocked her, revealing the depths of her darkest secrets and deepest fears. She recoiled, desperate to flee this twisted manifestation of her own mind. David, a skeptical man with a penchant for logic, prided himself on his ability to see through deception. But the forest played a sinister game, exploiting his skepticism and fueling his doubts. Each reflection showed him the failure he feared, the moments of weakness that lurked beneath his stoic facade. Doubt gnawed at his resolve, shattering his core beliefs and leaving him vulnerable to the encroaching darkness. Rachel, an adventurous soul seeking thrills, found herself haunted by the prospect of a life unfulfilled. The reflections beckoned her, showing her a version of herself that had chosen a path of safety and conformity. The vividness of her dreams contrasted against her reality, causing a cacophony of doubts to echo in her mind. Could she truly find happiness amidst the unknown, or was it all just an illusion? As the hikers stumbled deeper into the forest, the fog continued to twist reality. Shadows danced with malevolence, and whispers of forgotten nightmares echoed through the trees. The very air seemed to vibrate with a psychic energy, fueling their darkest fears. Time lost all meaning in the forest of mirrors. Day bled seamlessly into night, and the hikers' grip on reality began to falter. Their minds became entangled in a web of past traumas and repressed memories, their very identities fracturing under the weight of self-reflection. Yet, within this madness, a glimmer of strength emerged. Sarah, David, and Rachel, pushed to the brink of their sanity, found solace in each other's fractured reflections. In their shared torment, they discovered the power of connection, the strength to stand against the creeping darkness. Hand in hand, they pushed forward, navigating through a maze of twisted perceptions and riddles. Each solved puzzle brought them closer to the truth, a truth that lay hidden beneath layers of pain and sorrow. They had to confront their deepest fears and darkest secrets, to acknowledge the scars that branded their souls. Finally, in the heart of the forest, they stood before a mirror that held the key to their survival. The mirror, devoid of deception, showed them their true selves, stripped of the illusions and facades. Faced with their darkest demons, they found the strength to conquer them. It was a battle fought with raw emotions, a battle riddled with tears and screams. But as the hikers emerged from the forest of mirrors, they emerged reborn. Their fears no longer held sway over them, their secrets no longer shrouded in shame. They had faced their own personal hells and emerged victorious, stronger than ever before. The forest of mirrors remained an enigma, its true origins and purpose forever hidden. Some believed it to be a mere figment of the hikers' tortured imaginations, while others whispered of a darker force at play. But for Sarah, David, and Rachel, the forest represented a testament to their resilience, a reminder of the strength they possessed within. They would forever bear the scars of their journey, but those scars had transformed into badges of honor, a testament to their survival in the face of the deepest horrors of the human mind. And as they left the forest of mirrors behind, they vowed to live their lives free from the constraints of fear and regret. For they had faced the twisted labyrinth of their own minds and emerged whole, forever changed by the deep-wood horror that had tested their very souls. Under a moonlit sky, encircled by towering trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, a group of campers huddled around a crackling campfire. The flames danced and flickered, casting eerie shadows on their faces as they eagerly exchanged tales. Little did they know that these stories would soon take a terrifying turn, blurring the lines between fiction and reality. The campfire crackled and popped, its warmth warding off the chill of the surrounding darkness. John, the group's natural-born storyteller, leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I've got a story that will send shivers down your spine," he announced, his voice tinged with anticipation. As the group settled in, John began spinning his tale. Deep within these very woods lies an old abandoned cabin, hidden from the world. Legends say that it is cursed by dark magic, a remnant of a forgotten time. His words brought a hush over the group, the only sound the occasional gentle rustle of leaves overhead. It is said that those who dare to enter the cabin are never seen again. Their life force drained, their souls forever trapped within its twisted walls. As John continued, the air grew colder, and an uneasiness settled over his audience. They exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether they were simply caught up in the chilling tale or if something more sinister lingered nearby. It was then that Emily, usually the most rational of the group, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She gripped her head, trying to steady herself. Everything around her began to blur as the line between fiction and reality blurred in her mind. She stumbled backward, her heart racing as she fought to regain her composure. No one else seemed to notice Emily's turmoil, lost in the captivating depths of John's tale. The forest seemed to grow eerily quiet, the nocturnal creatures silenced by an unseen presence. A sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, whispering an eerie chant that sent shivers down their spines. One by one, the campers fell victim to a growing sense of unease. Shadows danced at the corners of their vision, as though the very forest was alive with dark magic. The lines of reality blurred, and they found themselves lost in the stories they had shared. Jim, a normally stoic camper, found himself drawn into the vivid tale of an ancient witch who haunted the woods. He heard her cackling laughter echoing through the trees, the sound growing louder and more frenzied with every passing second. Fear gripped his heart as he stumbled through the undergrowth, desperately trying to escape the witch's clutches. Sally, known for her quick wit, found herself trapped within a twisted labyrinth, the forest closing in around her. The towering trees transformed into sinister specters, their branches reaching out to ensnare her. Panic coursed through her veins as she frantically searched for an escape, fear clouding her once sharp mind. As each camper succumbed to the forest's dark magic, their tales melded with reality, driving them further into the depths of their own fears. In this macabre dance between fiction and reality, they became the unwitting victims of their own imagination. Finally, the group reassembled by the campfire, their faces etched with terror. They were no longer campers, they were characters trapped within a twisted nightmare. Their once jovial spirits replaced with fear and desperation. John, still clutching his tattered notebook that contained the tales now consuming them, realized the terrifying truth. His storytelling had unleashed something far more sinister than he could have ever imagined. In their quest for thrilling tales, they had opened a gateway to the forest's dark magic. With trembling hands, John tossed the notebook into the flames, hoping to break the cursed cycle that bound their fates. As the paper crackled and burnt, the campers gasped, feeling a sudden release from the oppressive grip of the forest. In the clearing silence, the group stared at one another, their hearts still pounding in their chests. The campfire waned, its glow fading to embers. They would never forget the horrors they had experienced, nor the fragile line that separated fiction from reality. For in those deep woods, the campfire stories had come alive, terrorizing their souls, and leaving an indelible mark on their psyche. They had faced the true horrors that lay within the human mind, and would forever carry the weight of that night, when fiction and reality became one. In the heart of the dense and ominous woodland, there existed a haunting secret that plagued the depths of its mighty trees. It was whispered among locals, a tale of eerie insects that thrived in the darkness and fed on the minds of lost souls. These peculiar bioluminescent creatures were the stuff of nightmares, both figuratively and literally. One calm summer evening, a group of unsuspecting campers ventured deep into the heart of this eerie forest. Their laughter and excitement filled the air as they pitched their tents, unaware of the impending doom that awaited them. The sun began its descent, casting long shadows upon the forest floor, and as darkness enveloped the once tranquil surroundings, the nightmare insects emerged. It started subtly, with a faint glimmer of phosphorescent light. The insects, barely visible to the human eye, swarmed around the campers, seeking their prey. With silent precision, they saw out patches of exposed skin, their small mandibles piercing the flesh. The campers, oblivious to the intrusion, carried on with their nightly routine. Sleep, however, did not come easily that night. As the campers closed their eyes, their minds became the battleground for the nightmare insects. In their shared dreamscapes, twisted visions of horror infiltrated their consciousness, leaving them disoriented and terrified. The nightmares were vivid, agonizingly real, and shared amongst the hapless victims. In the first dream, the campers found themselves lost within a labyrinthine forest, their path obscured by towering trees that whispered malicious secrets. Dread enveloped their every step, as paranoia gnawed at their sanity. Each turn led them deeper into a maze of torment, where hope dwindled and despair grew like a malignant tumor in their minds. In the next dream, their bodies began to mutate grotesquely. Limbs elongated into twisted appendages, their skin warped and blistered. They witnessed the decay of their physical forms, trapped in an agonizing limbo between life and death. The terror was so palpable that screams echoed through the dreamscapes, merging into a cacophony of shared suffering. Reality became a fragile concept as the line between waking and dreaming blurred. The campers struggled to differentiate their nightmare-induced visions from their waking lives. Paranoia whispered in their ears, driving wedges between friendships formed in the daylight. The once united group splintered under the weight of their shared torment, their grip on sanity slipping as if held by fraying threads. With each passing night, the nightmare insects fed upon the campers' fears and anxieties, their minds slowly succumbing to the relentless onslaught. Darkness became their predominant reality, and the boundaries between their dream-infested nights and the waking hours grew increasingly porous. Desperate for answers, they delved into ancient books and whispered legends, searching for a way to escape the clutches of these malevolent insects. The weight of their paranoia and dread weighed heavily upon them, their expressions etched with despair and exhaustion. As their search bore fruit, a glimmer of hope emerged from the depths of their shared nightmare. Within the dreamscapes, they discovered a frail, hooded figure who claimed to hold the key to their liberation. It spoke in riddles and cryptic words, guiding them towards a forgotten ritual, long shrouded in obscurity. With trepidation, they performed the ritual in the waking realm, desperate to sever the tie between reality and the horrors that plagued them. As the incantation reached its climax, a brilliant burst of light consumed their surroundings. In that moment, their minds became blank canvases, cleansed of the nightmares that had haunted them. One by one, the campers awoke to a new day, no longer tormented by the ethereal terrors that had thrived in the depths of the woods. Their weary bodies, scarred by the invisible mark left by the insects, carried the memories of their shared ordeal. Yet, they had managed to claw their way back to the realm of sanity, forever altered by their harrowing encounter. And so, the deep wood kept its secret, its nightmare insects lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting souls who would venture into its depths. But now, armed with newfound knowledge and scars that bore testament to their resilience, the survivors warned others of the horrors that awaited. For deep within the bowels of that forest, the nightmare insects continued to weave their malevolent webs, ready to ensnare the minds of the unwary and lure them into eternal darkness. The forest stood silently, its ancient trees reaching towards the heavens, while a soft, gentle breeze weaved its way through the branches. This place, known as Deep Wood, had always held an air of mystery and unease, whispered of in hushed voices by the locals. And as countless hikers have ventured into its depths, they discovered that it held not only beauty but a darkness that seemed to seep into the very soul. It began innocently enough, with a group of friends embarking on a weekend hiking trip. Sarah, Thomas, Emily, and Mark were all eager to escape the stresses of daily life and immerse themselves in the tranquility of nature. They arrived at Deep Wood, its entrance hidden beyond the beaten path. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting eerie shadows upon the forest floor. As they ventured deeper into the wood, the gentle wind whispered secrets, their indistinct words carried on its ethereal breath. At first, the friends paid no heed, dismissing them as figments of their imagination. But as the whispers grew more distinct, their deepest insecurities and darkest secrets were revealed, creating a rift in their once unbreakable bonds. Sarah, usually a pillar of confidence, found herself doubting her abilities. The whispers told her she was inadequate, feeding on her every self-doubt. Thomas, known for his level-headedness, was consumed by paranoia. The whispers revealed secrets he thought no one knew, filling him with a sense of betrayal. Emily, typically warm and caring, became consumed by anger. The whispers taunted her with past grievances, fueling her rage. And Mark, the voice of reason, questioned his sanity as the whispers insisted that his darkest desires were not only known but approved. As the malevolent influence tightened its grip, their once harmonious friendship began to deteriorate. Suspicion and fear painted their faces, their once joyful laughter replaced by nervous titters. The forest, seemingly alive with malice, became a prison of their own making. No matter how hard they tried, escape eluded them. Day turned to night, and the forest grew darker still. The whispers swirled around them, becoming a constant torment. A deep-rooted terror took hold, distorting reality and blurring the line between what was real and what was merely figments of their tortured minds. Shadows danced upon the trees, their elongated forms reaching out hungrily. Emily, consumed by her anger, accused Thomas of betrayal. Her voice was venomous as she screamed accusations that cut through the darkness. Thomas, gripped by paranoia, lashed out in self-defense. All bonds of friendship shattered as their words transformed into daggers, tearing through the very fabric of their existence. Sarah watched in horror as her once loyal circle of friends devolved into twisted versions of themselves. The whispers urged her to take sides, to align herself with one of the fractured factions. But deep within her, a flicker of light remained. She refused to succumb to the forest's malevolence, its attempt to tear her apart from the inside out. As the night wore on, Sarah made a daring escape attempt. She ran blindly through the forest, ignoring the whispers that chased after her, determined to silence her defiance. Branches whipped at her face, thorns pierced her skin, but she pressed forward, fueled by a determination to break free from deep wood's clutches. Finally, Sarah stumbled upon the edge of the forest, gasping for breath as she emerged into the moonlit clearing. Deepwood stretched eerily behind her, whispering its final enticements. But Sarah turned a deaf ear, her eyes fixed on the distant glow of civilization. There, she knew, she would be free from the forest's clutches. Days turned into weeks, and the horrors of Deepwood haunted Sarah's dreams. The whispers continued to echo within her mind, a constant reminder of the darkness she had escaped. She often wondered what had become of her friends, if they too had managed to break free or if they remained forever trapped within the forest's clutches. And as she reflects upon her harrowing experience, Sarah is forever changed. Deepwood had stripped away her innocence, exposed her deepest vulnerabilities, and left her with a chilling realization: sometimes, the scariest monsters are not the ones that lurk in the shadows, but the ones that reside within us all. As soon as he held it in his withered hands, a shiver ran down his spine, an unsettling sensation that he could not shake. Ignoring the unsettling feeling, he decided to give the lure a try, attaching it to his line without hesitation. To his amazement, from the moment the cursed lure touched the water's surface, the lake came alive. Fish of all sizes and species swarmed around the devious contraption, attracted to its mysterious allure. Samuel's excitement was palpable as he pulled on a string of fish like never before. But with each catch, the unease within him grew. Days turned into weeks, and Samuel's obsession with the enchanted lure deepened. He could no longer find pleasure in the serenity of the forest or the gentle lapping of the waves against his boat. All that mattered was the thrill of casting the cursed lure and reeling in the writhing creatures of the deep. But as the sun set on yet another day of strange encounters on the water, unsettling occurrences began to haunt Samuel's every waking moment. Shadows seemed to lengthen and grow darker, whispers echoed through his cabin, intangible nightmares became tangible realities. The lure had awakened something sinister within the quiet woods. Soon, Samuel's obsession spiraled out of control. He began to see visions in the rippling current, twisted figures that beckoned him closer, their eyes filled with malevolence. Each time he cast the lure, he could feel an unseen force pulling him towards a realm he could not comprehend, a realm of nightmares. On one fateful night, as Samuel prepared to set out for another fishing expedition, the sound of a ferocious storm raged overhead, shaking the walls of his cabin. Fear gripped him as he realized that the cursed lure was still attached to his rod, seemingly beckoning him to unleash its horrors once more. Reluctantly, Samuel took to his boat, the wind howling in his ears, and the dark waters churning beneath him. With the cursed lure dangling ominously at the end of his line, he cast it into the heart of the tempestuous lake. Almost immediately, the water erupted as a monstrous creature emerged from its depths. It had the body of a serpent, its scales glistening with an otherworldly luminescence, and eyes that bore into Samuel's soul. The creature's deafening roar echoed through the stormy night, instilling sheer terror within the fisherman's heart. As the lake churned violently, Samuel, enveloped in an abyss of fear, lost control of his boat. He clung desperately to the edges, his fear magnified with each crashing wave. The monstrous serpent circled him, bellowing a haunting call that seemed to drown out the tempest, its eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger. It was in that moment that Samuel realized the true nature of the cursed lure. It was not a mere tool for catching fish, it was an instrument of damnation. The wicked lure had attracted not only aquatic life but also the darkness that lurked within the abyss, a darkness that had now come to claim his very soul. As the monstrous serpent lunged towards him, Samuel let out one final scream, a primal cry for mercy that was lost to the void. And just like that, he was consumed by the inky depths, swallowed whole by the nightmare he had unknowingly summoned. The cursed lure, tainted by the angler's blood, sank to the bottom of the lake, left to rest alongside the restless spirits it had unknowingly enticed. The forest, once a sanctuary of tranquility, now stood as a haunted reminder of the evils that can be unveiled when one dares to meddle with forces beyond their comprehension. And so, the tale of Samuel, the fisherman who thought he had found a paradise in the woods, became just another cautionary story of the cursed lure that could lead even the most innocent of souls into a realm of unimaginable horrors. As the early morning mist curled through the dense foliage, Mark embarked on his usual hike through the deep woods, seeking solace and tranquility in nature's embrace. He had ventured along these trails countless times before, reveling in the untouched beauty that lay hidden just beyond the daily chaos of city life. But fate had something else in store for Mark on this particular day. As he trudged along, his foot caught on an outstretched root, jolting him forward. Falling to his knees, he peered at the ground and noticed a glint of something unusual amidst the underbrush. His curiosity piqued, he reached out and brushed away the dirt and leaves, revealing an old, ornate mirror concealed beneath nature's camouflage. Its intricately carved frame exuded an air of mystique, its glass surface seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Struck by its beauty, Mark couldn't resist the overwhelming urge to bring it home as a token of this extraordinary find. Little did he know that this mirror would become a gateway into a twisted dimension beyond his darkest imaginings. As he carefully propped up the mirror in his living room, admiring its ethereal charm, he noticed an unsettling sensation. It was as though he could sense the presence of something sinister lurking within the glass. Unbeknownst to Mark, each time he gazed into the mirror's depths, he unknowingly tore a thin veil between his reality and a parallel world, one drenched in darkness and malevolence. Initially, these glimpses were fleeting, just flickers of movement or distant whispers. But soon, the whispers grew louder, the shadows in their reflection more tangible. He started to catch fleeting glimpses of bizarre and twisted landscapes, distorted versions of his own surroundings. Panic began to consume him as the boundary between his world and the realm of the mirror began to blur. Sleep became his ultimate tormentor. Each night, Mark would drift off to a fitful slumber, only to find himself standing in front of the mirror, lured by its enchanting call. His reflection had changed, his features twisted into a ghastly visage, as though the mirror had claimed a part of his soul. Days turned into a haze as Mark's grip on reality loosened. The whispers evolved into haunting voices that echoed through his mind, relentless and torturous. Sleep deprivation took its toll, leaving him vulnerable and disoriented. Friends and family grew concerned as the once vibrant and jovial Mark transformed into a mere semblance of his former self. Haunted by this sinister malevolence, Mark finally decided to seek help. He found himself in the office of Dr. Caroline Harris, a renowned psychologist specializing in the intricacies of the human psyche. Driven by a desperate hope, Mark recounted his torment, laying bare his fragmented reality. Dr. Harris listened intently, her gaze focused as she absorbed every detail of Mark's harrowing tale. She recognized the gravity of the situation, understanding that the threat extended beyond his own fragile psyche. The sinister force lurking within the mirror was slowly seeping into the world, threatening to consume everything in its path. Together, Mark and Dr. Harris embarked on a treacherous journey to sever this otherworldly connection. They delved into the annals of ancient folklore, seeking whispers of rituals and incantations that might hold the key to closing this portal. Days turned into nights as they tirelessly researched and experimented, their lives hanging by a thread. Finally, one fateful night, they discovered a ritual that promised to banish the malevolence plaguing Mark's life. Accompanied by a sense of trepidation and a glimmer of hope, they prepared to perform the rite. The mirror stood ominously before them, a threshold to the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. With every word uttered and every gesture performed, the air crackled with anticipation. Mark's heart raced, his trembling hands mirroring the chaos within his soul. Driven by sheer will and a fervent desire to reclaim his sanity, Mark channeled every ounce of his being into the ritual. As the final syllable left his lips, a blinding light erupted from the mirror, engulfing the room in its brilliance. Mark's senses whirled, his mind teetering on the precipice of exhaustion. And then, silence. When Mark finally opened his eyes, he found himself standing alone in his living room. The mirror stood unassuming, devoid of the malevolence that had plagued him for so long. Exhausted but triumphant, he realized that he had triumphed over the sinister force that had threatened to consume him. Days turned into weeks, then months, as Mark slowly pieced his life back together. The memories of that dark alternate reality began to fade, like phantoms in the recesses of his mind. Yet, there would always remain a residue of caution, a wary appreciation for the fragile boundary between reality and the unknown. Mark emerged from this ordeal with a newfound appreciation for the light that shone amidst life's darkest corners. The deep woods still beckoned, but he no longer ventured into them alone. Armed with the knowledge that evil could lurk in the most unsuspecting places, he trekked forward with a cautious resolve, forever changed by the mirror in the woods. In the heart of a dense forest called Deep Wood, there was a trail that had long been known to locals as the Haunted Trail. It was said to possess an eerie magnetism, drawing curious souls to its dark embrace. They came seeking adrenaline-pumping thrills, hoping to experience the supernatural and the unexplainable. The trail began innocuously enough, marked by weathered signs bearing the symbols of a trailhead. With every step, hikers were enveloped in the scent of damp earth and the sounds of rustling leaves. Yet, as they progressed deeper into the woods, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The trail markers, usually a dependable guide for weary wanderers, took on a life of their own within Deep Wood. Planted firmly into the ground, they seemed to beckon tirelessly, compelling travelers to follow their cryptic symbols. Each symbol ingrained itself into their minds, whispering secrets that only the darkest corners of their subconscious could comprehend. These markers possessed an unsettling ability to shift positions. What was once a straight path could suddenly swirl into an unpredictable spiral, leading hikers into a disorienting maze of fear and paranoia. The woods themselves appeared to twist and wriggle, distorting reality and challenging one's grasp on sanity. It began innocently enough, with the hikers brushing off these subtle changes as mere figments of their imagination. But as the trek continued, the markers played mind games, tormenting their victims with elaborate tricks and incessant whispers. Shadows danced ominously between the trees, whispering secrets that seemed to know the hikers' deepest fears. Some succumbed to the psychological onslaught, their minds fracturing under the weight of the unseen entities that lurk beyond the veil. They wandered aimlessly in the dark, forever lost within the tangled labyrinth of deep wood, their screams echoing through the silence as they became one with the haunted trail. For others, the torment manifested in different forms. Paranoia set in, growing like a malignant tumor within their minds. They questioned every rustle of leaves, every flicker of movement in the corner of their eyes. Madness nestled itself comfortably at their sides, whispering disturbing tales of despair as they stumbled through the suffocating darkness. One fateful night, a group of 5 friends ventured bravely onto the haunted trail. Ignoring the cautionary tales they had heard, they naively believed they could conquer the forest's malevolence. Unbeknownst to them, Deepwood had chosen them as its latest victims, luring them into its clutches with its treacherous allure. The markers welcomed them with their twisted promises, guiding them down a path that twisted and turned, leading deeper into an abyss of terror. The wind howled, as if in morbid satisfaction, while unseen eyes watched their every step. The friends, once brimming with excitement, now clung to each other, their grip on reality slipping further with each passing moment. As the night enveloped them, the markers became increasingly relentless in their torment. Whispering spirits seemed to encircle the friends, their sinister laughter cackling through the darkness. Shadows elongated and danced in chaotic patterns, menacingly taunting the group. Fear crippled their hearts, and panic took hold. Clutching flashlights and gripping each other's hands, they pressed on, desperate to escape this waking nightmare. Yet, every turn they took seemed to mock their efforts, leading them further into the twisted depths of deep wood. Hours turned into an eternity, and exhaustion seeped into their bones. They were drawn in different directions, torn apart by the chaos that engulfed them. One by one, they succumbed to the trail's malevolent grip, disappearing into its clutches without a trace. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the haunted trail appeared deceptively calm. No sign remained of the friends who had dared to challenge its power. It seemed to slumber contentedly, knowing it had claimed yet another group of souls. Whispers of the trail's malevolence continued to float through the forest's breeze, serving as a chilling reminder of those who have been lost. Deepwood remains a place where reality crumbles, where the lines between perception and insanity blur. It waits patiently for its next unsuspecting victims, ready to unleash its psychological horrors upon those who dare to traverse the haunted trail. Deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a sinister and mysterious fungus thrived. Hidden beneath the thick blanket of foliage, its spores hung suspended in the damp air, waiting for unwitting victims to succumb to their malevolent power. This peculiar organism, known as the nightmare spores, possessed a wicked ability to invade the minds of those unfortunate enough to inhale its microscopic particles. One mist-laden morning, a group of intrepid explorers ventured into the heart of the forest. Driven by curiosity and a desire to unravel the secrets of the natural world, they trekked deeper and deeper, unaware of the impending terror that awaited them. As the group advanced, a subtle change enveloped the atmosphere, a perceptible shift in the air. Little did they know that the spores, dormant for centuries, had awakened from their long slumber and were now prepared to wreak havoc on the human mind. The adventurers faltered as they stumbled upon a small patch of peculiar fungi. They marveled at the ethereal beauty of the mushrooms, completely ignorant of the danger lurking within. Unbeknownst to them, the nightmare spores had already begun their insidious work. With each inhalation, the invisible spores invaded their senses, weaving their wicked magic within the neural pathways of their brains. Unsettling whispers echoed through their minds, their thoughts tainted and distorted by the parasitic fungi. Soon, the hallucinations began. Natalie, a young botanist, was the first to succumb to the nightmarish visions. Her once bright and vibrant world transformed into a grotesque nightmare. Shadows leaped and danced with twisted glee, and grotesque figures loomed around every corner. Natalie's screams of terror met with the unsettling silence of the forest, her pleas for help drowned by the cacophony of her own thoughts. Determined to uncover the source of his companion's torment, Adam, a seasoned biologist, raced to her side. But as he inhaled the insidious spores, his world crumbled into a twisted, sepulchral wonderland. He found himself trapped within a maze of endless corridors, each turn leading to a distorted and horrifying reality. Desperation gnawed at his soul as he struggled to distinguish between fact and fiction. Each member of the exploration party became ensnared by their own personal horrors, trapped in an unending cycle of torment. The once tranquil forest warped into a labyrinth of darkness and despair, an inescapable web spun by the wicked influence of the nightmare spores. Their minds became a playground for the malevolent fungi, their dreams infused with the darkest recesses of their subconscious minds. The boundaries between reality and illusion blurred, twisted into a macabre pantomime where nightmares danced and whispered secrets long forgotten. Days turned into weeks, and the explorers' sanity began to fray. Their bodies, emaciated and covered in grime, bore the visible scars of their torment. The forest, now a manifestation of their collective madness, taunted and tormented their fragile spirits. The once resolute group had succumbed to despair, relinquishing their hopes and surrendering to the consuming nightmare. But amidst the anguish, a glimmer of defiance ignited in Natalie's eyes. She had discovered the source of their torment, the very mushrooms that had stolen their minds. With whatever strength she had left, Natalie warned her companions of the insidious fungi that had ensnared them. The possibility of redemption gave them a flicker of renewed hope. Together, they rallied against the hallucinations, fighting tooth and nail to regain control of their fragile psyches. Their bond grew stronger as they stood united against the dark forces that held them captive. And so, fueled by resilience and a sliver of determination, they embarked on a perilous journey to find a way out of this living nightmare. Days bled into nights, the boundaries between time and space shattered as they struggled to navigate through the labyrinthine forest. Slowly but surely, their grip on reality reestablished itself. Their minds, once playgrounds for chaos, began to stabilize, their hallucinations diminishing to mere whispers in the wind. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they emerged from the depths of the forest, their frail bodies battered but their spirits victorious. The vile influence of the nightmare spores had been cast aside, and they were left to nurse their mental wounds and confront the harrowing experience that would forever haunt their memories. The forest stood as a silent witness to their ordeal, a sinister secret buried within its depths. The nightmare spores, once bound to the recesses of nature's labyrinth, were now free to inflict their torment on unsuspecting souls who dared to venture near. But the survivors, though forever marked by their encounter with madness, vowed to warn the world of the deep wood's macabre secret and the terrible fate that awaited those who dared to challenge its sinister embrace. Deep within the heart of an ancient and secluded forest stood a circle of megalithic stones known as the Whispering Stones. These towering monoliths, weathered by time and shrouded in mystery, held a dark secret. Legends and whispers passed down through generations spoke of their power to influence the minds of those who dared to venture too close. The very air around them seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The Whispering Stones had always been a source of fascination for the curious minds, but only the bravest souls had ever dared to get close enough to hear their whispers. It was said that these whispers could reveal the darkest secrets of the past, unearthing buried memories and filling the minds of those who listened with the weight of forgotten sins. Tara, a young and ambitious archaeologist, had spent years studying ancient civilizations and their relics. Her insatiable thirst for knowledge brought her to the deep wood, where the whispering stones stood hidden from prying eyes. Armed with her research and an unwavering determination, she embarked on a journey to uncover the origin and powers of this enigmatic circle of stones. As Tara stepped deeper into the woods, a sense of unease settled upon her. The birds fell silent, and the very foliage seemed to whisper with a sinister breeze. Despite the ever-growing apprehension in her heart, she pressed on. She had come too far to be dissuaded by mere whispers and imagined fears. Finally, through the dense thicket, Tara caught sight of the massive stones. Standing at their perimeter, she marveled at their imposing presence. Time seemed to stand still within this ancient sanctuary. As she cautiously approached, a chorus of whispers filled her ears, echoing in the depths of her mind. The voices were indistinct at first, but as she drew nearer, they grew louder, more alluring, and impossible to ignore. Lost in the enchantment of their whispers, Tara became consumed by an insatiable hunger for knowledge. The stones seemed to possess a malevolent sentience, seducing her with the promise of unlocking the secrets of the past. They lured her deeper into their embrace, their whispers becoming more enticing and sinister with each step. Within the heart of the circle, Tara stumbled upon ancient runes etched into the ground. Her eyes widened with a mixture of trepidation and fascination. The whispers grew more intense, urging her to decipher the cryptic message underlying the stone's power. Entranced, her trembling hand traced the ancient markings, and the whispers grew deafening. The dark secrets of the stones began to reveal themselves to Tara's muddled mind. She saw flashes of hidden atrocities, ancient battles stained with blood, and unspeakable acts committed in the name of power and greed. Each revelation pierced deep into her soul, igniting a desolate terror that gripped her heart. As the whispers intensified, Tara's sanity hung by a thread. She could no longer distinguish her own thoughts from the haunting echoes resonating within her. The line between reality and illusion blurred, shattering her fragile psyche. Days turned into nights, and Tara became a prisoner of her own mind. She was tormented by spectral apparitions, driven to the brink of madness. The once promising young archaeologist was now a mere shell of her former self, haunted by the weight of the stone's secrets. It was only when a rescue expedition finally stumbled upon Tara's fractured self that the whispers relinquished their grip. Overwhelmed and broken, she was whisked away from the clutches of the whispering stones, forever scarred by their unearthly influence. The stones, returned to their silent slumber within the deep wood, awaited the next visitor bold enough to seek their forbidden knowledge. Their whispers whispered no more, but the echoes of their power reverberated through Tara's tortured mind, a harrowing reminder of the dangers lurking within the depths of the human soul. And so, the legend of the Whispering Stones continued, shrouded in darkness and despair, lost within the annals of time. Few would dare to venture close again, but those who did could not escape the ruthless hold of their whispered secrets. Fearful whispers lingered forever in the hearts of those who dared to listen, begging the question, are some secrets better left buried in the shadowy depths of ancient stone circles? Deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a dedicated wildlife researcher set out to capture the mysteries of nature. Armed with an array of motion-activated cameras, she hoped to document the elusive existence of nocturnal creatures that roamed the darkness. Little did she know that her quest for knowledge would lead her to a sinister world of terror and malevolence. As the researcher ventured deeper into the woods, she selected a remote location, far away from the prying eyes of civilization. It was a place that whispered ancient secrets, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches creating an impenetrable canopy that blocked out the sun. It was here, amidst the ethereal silence, that she set up her first camera. Days turned into weeks, and the researcher anxiously awaited her findings, hoping to uncover the hidden wonders of the forest. But when she finally retrieved the camera's memory card, her excitement quickly turned into confusion and unease. Blurry images of unidentifiable shapes, eerie glowing eyes staring back at her, and deeply unsettling landscapes filled the screen. Determined to unravel the mystery, she dismissed the unnerving images as mere technical malfunctions. However, as the days marched on, the researcher's waking moments began to mirror the haunting images captured within the camera. The suffocating forest seemed to invade her thoughts, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. Sleep became her enemy. Shadows danced upon her walls, mocking her feeble attempts to escape the clutches of the deep woods. The researcher's once unblemished mind was now plagued with images of unseen horrors, as if her very sanity was unraveling thread by thread. Seeking solace, she sought the help of renowned psychologists. But their clinical explanations fell short of grasping the depth of her torment. The researcher was left with no choice but to confront the entity that had ensnared her life. Armed with a renewed determination, she resolved to return to the forest to confront the malevolence lurking just beyond the lens. With each step, the air grew heavy, the once familiar whisper of leaves turning into a deafening roar. She pushed through, refusing to succumb to the terror that loomed over her. The cameras had multiplied since her first visit, their lenses now scattered throughout the woods like watchful eyes. The researcher's heart pounded in her chest as she approached the first one. She gingerly removed its memory card, bracing herself for what she might find. Once more, the images reflected a world twisted and corrupted. Shadows danced with an otherworldly glee, and forms morphed into unearthly abominations. But with each passing image, the researcher felt a connection, a whisper from the corrupted soul of the forest itself. It was then that she realized the true nature of the malevolence that haunted her. It was not an external presence, but a lingering darkness within her own mind, awakened by the deep woods. The forest had become a mirror, and the images within the camera were her own reflections, distorted and twisted. Accepting this revelation, the researcher had a choice to make. She could abandon her quest, burying her fears deep within, or she could confront the darkness head-on, seeking liberation from the clutches of her own demons. With newfound determination, she ventured further into the woods, pulling up each camera, absorbing the fragmented remnants of her tormented soul. Step by step, the researcher embraced the pain, welcoming it as a necessary part of her growth. The once haunted images transformed into symbols of her resilience, proof that she had faced her deepest fears and emerged on the other side. In the end, the deepwood horrors were not confined to the sinister tales of malevolent creatures that lurked within the forest. They were an exploration of the darkest corners of the human mind, a psychological thriller playing out on the stage of the researcher's consciousness. As she emerged from the depths of the woods, the researcher was forever changed. She had glimpsed the true nature of her fears, and her resolve had been forged in the crucible of the deep woods. Deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a dedicated wildlife researcher set out to capture the mysteries of nature. Armed with an array of motion-activated cameras, she hoped to document the elusive existence of nocturnal creatures that roamed the darkness. Little did she know that her quest for knowledge would lead her to a sinister world of terror and malevolence. As the researcher ventured deeper into the woods, she selected a remote location, far away from the prying eyes of civilization. It was a place that whispered ancient secrets, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches creating an impenetrable canopy that blocked out the sun. It was here, amidst the ethereal silence, that she set up her first camera. Days turned into weeks, and the researcher anxiously awaited her findings, hoping to uncover the hidden wonders of the forest. But when she finally retrieved the camera's memory card, her excitement quickly turned into confusion and unease. Blurry images of unidentifiable shapes, eerie glowing eyes staring back at her, and deeply unsettling landscapes filled the screen. Determined to unravel the mystery, she dismissed the unnerving images as mere technical malfunctions. However, as the days marched on, the researchers' waking moments began to mirror the haunting images captured within the camera. The suffocating forest seemed to invade her thoughts, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. Sleep became her enemy. Shadows danced upon her walls, mocking her feeble attempts to escape the clutches of the deep woods. The researcher's once unblemished mind was now plagued with images of unseen horrors, as if her very sanity was unraveling thread by thread. Seeking solace, she sought the help of renowned psychologists. But their clinical explanations fell short of grasping the depth of her torment. The researcher was left with no choice but to confront the entity that had ensnared her life. Armed with a renewed determination, she resolved to return to the forest to confront the malevolence lurking just beyond the lens. With each step, the air grew heavy, the once familiar whisper of leaves turning into a deafening roar. She pushed through, refusing to succumb to the terror that loomed over her. The cameras had multiplied since her first visit, their lenses now scattered throughout the woods like watchful eyes. The researcher's heart pounded in her chest as she approached the first one. She gingerly removed its memory card, bracing herself for what she might find. Once more, the images reflected a world twisted and corrupted. Shadows danced with an otherworldly glee, and forms morphed into unearthly abominations. But with each passing image, the researcher felt a connection, a whisper from the corrupted soul of the forest itself. It was then that she realized the true nature of the malevolence that haunted her. It was not an external presence, but a lingering darkness within her own mind, awakened by the deep woods. The forest had become a mirror, and the images within the camera were her own reflections, distorted and twisted. Accepting this revelation, the researcher had a choice to make. She could abandon her quest, burying her fears deep within, or she could confront the darkness head-on, seeking liberation from the clutches of her own demons. With newfound determination, she ventured further into the woods, pulling up each camera, absorbing the fragmented remnants of her tormented soul. Step by step, the researcher embraced the pain, welcoming it as a necessary part of her growth. The once haunted images transformed into symbols of her resilience, proof that she had faced her deepest fears and emerged on the other side. In the end, the deepwood horrors were not confined to the sinister tales of malevolent creatures that lurked within the forest. They were an exploration of the darkest corners of the human mind, a psychological thriller playing out on the stage of the researcher's consciousness. As she emerged from the depths of the woods, the researcher was forever changed. She had glimpsed the true nature of her fears, and her resolve had been forged in the crucible of the deep woods. In the heart of an ancient forest, a group of hikers stumbled upon an antique compass half buried beneath the foliage. Intrigued by its intricate design and mysterious aura, they decided to let it guide their path. Unbeknownst to them, the compass was a cursed relic, imbued with the malevolent spirit of a long-dead explorer who had met a grisly end in these very woods. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the compass began to whisper, its needle spinning erratically. The hikers found themselves disoriented, losing all sense of direction and time. The whispers grew louder, infiltrating their minds with visions of unspeakable horrors and long-forgotten tragedies. One by one, the hikers fell victim to the compass's insidious influence. Their sanity unraveled, and they turned on each other, driven by paranoia and a primal fear. The once close-knit group splintered, each individual becoming a puppet to the compass's malevolent will. Lost and consumed by madness, they wandered the woods, their screams echoing through the trees. The compass continued to whisper, leading them deeper into the heart of darkness, where an ancient evil awaited their arrival. In the end, the hikers were never seen again. The compass, now sated with fresh souls, lay waiting for its next victims, ready to whisper its secrets to those foolish enough to listen. Deep within an uncharted corner of the forest, a team of mycologists discovered a new species of fungus. Its bioluminescent glow and mesmerizing patterns captivated them, drawing them closer for further study. However, as they collected samples, the fungal spores released a sinister payload. Inhaled by the unsuspecting scientists, the spores began to alter their perception, blurring the boundaries between reality and hallucination. The team members experienced shared dreams, vivid and terrifying, where the forest came alive and the fungus took on a sentient form. In these nightmares, the fungus spoke to them, revealing its true nature, a cosmic entity that sought to merge with all living things to create a new world order where the lines between plant, animal, and fungus were erased. As the days passed, the scientists' minds and bodies began to change. Fungal growths sprouted from their skin, their thoughts became entangled with the hive mind of the entity. They became the first of a new species, the pioneers of a fungal fusion that would consume the world. Driven by an insatiable hunger, they ventured out into the world, spreading the spores and the dream of a new era. The forest, now a bastion of the fungal entity, pulsed with an eerie glow, a beacon for those who would become one with the fusion. In the end, the world as we knew it ceased to exist, replaced by a landscape where the boundaries of life blurred, and the whispers of the fungus became the only truth. These stories offer unique twists on the deep woods horror genre, playing on themes of ancient curses, malevolent influence, and the blurring of reality and nightmare. They showcase the forest as a sentient, actively malicious force that preys upon the weaknesses and fears of those who dare to venture into its depths.